this important event. You have introduction regarding the using channels for interpretation. Also, you receive this guidance, or exactly tutorial for utilization of modern communication tools. And I believe that we could start. So I will invite Director of ReSPA, Ms. Ratka Sekulović, to officially open the conference.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Ambassador Orav, dear Professor Đurović, Mr. Friedrich, dear speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. On behalf of the Regional School of Public Administration, it is my great pleasure and honor to welcome you all to the 9th ReSPA Annual Conference devoted to the optimization of public administration in the Western Balkan countries. The strategic importance of public administration reform as one of the fundamental reform areas in the European integration process, along with the economic governance and rule of law, is one of key priorities in the Western Balkans. The current enlargement package of the European Commission, published just a week ago, confirms that most Western Balkan countries have made progress in adopting public administration reform strategies and public financial management reform programs, but implementation and long-term sustainability needs to be ensured. Also, it emphasizes that in most countries, the structure of the state administration remains complex and does not ensure sufficient accountability. Having all this in mind, in the coming period, public administration must be able to keep up with fast-changing political, economic, and social environment and growing technological requests. The need to improve competitiveness, concerns about fiscal sustainability, and growing demands for better public services at a lower cost have prompted wide-ranging reforms in the public sector. This includes efforts to optimize public administration, as well as recent initiatives to improve the quality of regulation and to reduce administrative costs. And optimizing economy depends directly on optimizing public administration. Gradual optimization as a consequence of the need to adapt to global changes is the mainstream process in modern public administration. Many EU member states and other developed countries have an extensive related experience. Policies regarding the size, structure, and cost of public administration, and especially spending on public servants and employees, flow towards the main objectives. Those are enhancing efficiency and effectiveness in the public sector, improving the coordination and delivery of public services, reducing the budget deficit and addressing the impact of demographic changes and an aging population as an additional demand on public services. With the help from the key experts from the region, we wanted to make this conference a place for opening direct channels of discussion on experiences, methodologies, and innovative practice in the process of optimization. Further to that, for the purpose of the preparation of the relevant discussion document for this event, ReSPA commissioned a comparative study with baseline analysis, which elaborates the state of art in optimization of public administration in Western Balkans. The comparative study covers topics regarding the origin, rule, and chronology of optimization policy in public administration and the current state in optimization in the EU member states. We will have an opportunity to hear more about the study and its recommendations from its main author, Professor Đurović, but I would like to underline that the study emphasizes the importance of regional cooperation of public administration in the region and indicates possible frameworks of future cooperation, areas of intervention, and the role of ReSPA. I am proud to announce that ReSPA Annual Conference is bringing together more than 170 public officials from the region, representatives of the European Union, UNDP, OECD, Sigma, and other international and regional organizations, as well as representatives of civil society, and relevant members of the expert community. In the past years, ReSPA supported a lot of different activities, and a few thousand of participants passed our trainings, workshops, seminars, conferences. Within the new EC grant, with the new energy and motivation, ReSPA will open possibilities for new initiatives in order to continue in helping the region in fostering the European principles of public administration as a substantial, practical precondition for the accession to the EU. The main goal in the end is a professional, competent, transparent, and citizen-oriented public administration. Having in mind the topic of this year's conference, I'm more than sure that we will have very interesting and fruitful discussion. In the end, on behalf of ReSPA, I wish to thank you very much for your presence and to wish you a very pleasant stay in the capital of our host country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Today with us is Head of Delegation of European Union to Montenegro, Ambassador Ivo Orav, and he will also have a chance to tell a few words. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, dear Mrs. Sekulovic, Professor Djurovic, Mr. Fredericks, colleagues ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to address you on behalf of the European Union at this conference today, especially because ReSPA is an institution that the European Union has been supporting since its establishment. We are here to talk about public administration and how to optimize it. In other words, how to make it as efficient as possible in serving the needs of citizens and responding to the tasks stemming from the European Union accession process. Last week, the European Union Commission adopted the 2016 enlargement package. Allow me to use this opportunity today to recall the main conclusions of the public administration reform. This year, Montenegro has adopted a public administration reform strategy. Kosovo and Serbia have made progress to prepare public financial management reform programs, but implementation and long-term sustainability needs to be ensured. The fact that civil service is politicized remains an issue of serious concern across the region. The quality of policymaking and legal drafting is not in line with the approach of the European Union better regulation agenda. Legislation, public policies, and major investments are often prepared without sufficient impact assessments, internal and public consultations. In most countries, the structure of public administration remains complex and does not ensure sufficient accountability. Citizens' rights to good administration, access to information, and administrative justice have to be better ensured. Introduction of e-government services remains a priority as a key factor for transparency, speed, and consistency in public services. Many countries have made progress with adopting modern laws and general administrative procedures, but legal certainty can only be ensured once contradicting special administrative procedures in sectorial laws are removed. Countries still need to find the appropriate balance between central and local government that best supports implementation of reforms and delivery of services to citizens. The specific focus on public administration reform in the enlargement package provides the Commission with a more rigorous basis for assessing where each country stands in the reforms process. This new approach has been made possible thanks to our cooperation with OSCE Sigma in defining the principles of public administration. They are based on the universal principles of good governance, international standards, and partially also the European Union legislation. The European Union has a strong belief that regional cooperation contributes to building a sustained long-term response to the challenges in the Western Balkans. Since ReSPA is a regionally owned initiative, it is very well placed to contribute to the development of administrative capacity in the region. However, there needs to be a clear political commitment from all the participating countries to support ReSPA in advancing regional cooperation in the field of public administration reform and European Union integration. This also reassures the European Union. This will also reassure the European Union about the ReSPA sustainability. Today's conference is an opportunity to show the commitment of Western Balkan countries to improve regional ties. This remains a key political objective of the European Union and is crucial for the European Union accession path. I wish you a good conference today, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Very important messages. In order to better prepare the conference, we developed regional comparative study on optimization of public administration in Western Balkans. You have opportunity to take these books together with another regarding legal remedies in administrative procedures in Western Balkans. Now we will have chance to hear introductory note, our key speech regarding the topic. Professor Đurović will introduce us in the study and in the main topic of the conference. For those who do not know Professor Đurović, she was a minister in various governments of Montenegro, responsible for international economic relations, European integration. She was also deputy prime minister, etc., etc. But for now, the most important is that she is the leading author of this study, together with some other important experts. Our legal expert engaged in this study is also here. Ms. Stojanović is somewhere here with us, yes. And we are very proud of the fact that our liaison officers in ReSPA members and Kosovo also contributed importantly in this development of this study. So, Professor Đurović, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, Ambassador Orav, Ms. Sekulović, dear colleagues, especially our colleagues from the European Union, but also from the other beneficiaries of ReSPA, and our colleagues also from Montenegrin institutions, I'd like to welcome all of you and like to thank you for the first ReSPA for this opportunity to develop this interesting study as quite inspiring research. And I like for the first to thank you, my dear colleagues, Ms. Blaženka Stojanović. We work together, and of course, as Dragan mentioned, I'd like to thank you to ReSPA liaison officers and other persons from governments from ReSPA members for their strong support and continuous interest how study will be developed. And today we have a result. Our study is published, and I think also important is that conclusions and recommendations are translated on local languages. So at least part of the study is also available for the broaden interest in public. So topic was very interesting, and time was very compressed, but I think at the end of the day we have quite good results, because study offer a lot of important documents, analysis, and of course what was our goal, position of ReSPA, and how ReSPA can support further strengthening of public administration in our region on our ways to European Union. So I like to start from the European Commission, but maybe even before that, for those who don't like right-sizing but prefer more right-sizing prefer more than downsizing, I like to quote our first sentence from the study from Francis Fukuyama, which says that much more important than the size of government is its quality. There is a very powerful correlation between quality of government and good economic and social outcomes. It was also our inspiration. Second inspiration was, in fact, this interesting infograph from European Commission side explaining which aspects of public administration we need to take in our consideration during the development of study, because what was our joint goal is to produce transparent, accountable, and effective public administration. And of course, it is something what can be evaluated through the regular reports from Commission side and also from the users of public services. So public administration in Western Balkans should be with a good strategic framework. What was also already explained, almost each country in the region already produced strategic documents, action plans, or are in the process of finalization of that document. So main challenge is in fact always good coordination and implementation of action plans. Service delivery, transparency of administration, public finance management. Also with the public administration reforms, public finance management is a parallel strategic document. In some cases, it is introduced in PAR strategies itself, but in some cases, it is also a separate document as one of the preconditions for direct budget support. Also, what is important with pre-accession assistance from Commission side is good interministerial coordination, what is also the case in our countries, but of course we need to continue to work on that, and nothing without human resources, so good HR plans and HR management is also part of public administration reforms. What I like to see also on these infographs of European Commission is that we have also there presented Regional School of Public Administration. As somebody who is coming from Montenegro, we are very proud that ReSPA is our international organization, thanks to our colleagues present here, established in Montenegro in one very interesting period of development of our public administration itself, and functions quite well, and this conference is one of the proof for that. So ReSPA is also part of this story as a regional platform for sharing experiences, for networking, for developing important studies, and of course for make next steps going further with concrete actions, including even important bilateral supports and of course bilateral modes of cooperation. So it is how European Commission expect that our reforms will continue as part of the set of reforms implemented in our countries. When we talk about Western Balkan countries today, somebody prefer this Southeast Europe, but I have no problem with Western Balkans, so I still use that terminology. I don't know who is really somebody who developed this. I heard some names, but it is from 1998, so after a lot of years, still Western Balkan exists as a terminology. So when we talk about Western Balkan countries and European integration path, then we can conclude, obviously, that we are in different stages of integration with the different economic challenges today, but one task on the European agenda is the same. It is strengthening of public administration. So this study is focused on that, and of course, even more focus is optimization policy. Optimization in the sense on effectiveness and usually cost-effectiveness approach. So studies about that, and studies try to integrate all countries from the region, beneficiaries of these results, beneficiaries of ReSPA activities. How we developed this study, I like to mention again that we start with communication with countries, and we develop one very interesting form. It is usually named questionnaire. So we introduce from the early beginning ReSPA beneficiaries with their contribution, with sharing of documents using open government data and something what is officially published by public institution or as internal documents. We start to work on content analysis and with intensive communication with countries. So together with this work on our region, we also include theoretical approach and of course European Union experiences. We select few member states and of course try to compare indicators from European countries, EU countries, and indicators what we can produce based on our own data, officially produced by our institutions, and to compare how we are regarding quantitative indicators usually used for this kind of studies. So integrating theoretical approach, EU experiences, optimization policy itself, implemented in EU, implemented in our countries. We try to develop what is in fact the role of the ReSPA in future policy. And of course we start from already prepared documents from our countries, as I already mentioned. Of course, strong inspiration is always European Union. European integration is our official foreign policy priority, part of our reform, both democratic and economic, and we try to define where is part today on the agenda of EU countries and how it fits with the European semester and with recommendations from the Commission through the prevention and correction arm after monitoring of their own policies. So public administration reform, in fact, goal to modernize public administration is priority also as a part of the EU European semester cycling, coordination and monitoring of economic policies. So even in European countries, they develop different indicators, how to monitor it, how to develop even a competing atmosphere for that, and how to follow it with specific indicators. So modernizing of public administration is our joint task. And of course, preparing our administration for the EU membership once, do hope, in a medium term. We are also in process of preparing our countries for so-called European semester, which is organized by European Commission, and part of that is structural reforms. If you look at in the economic reform programs of our countries prepared last year for 2015 for the period of 3 years, first structural reform for each country in the region is, for instance, public finance management strategy. And it is part of PAR process. So very highly on the list of the priorities for our countries from the Commission side is, in fact, that recommendations that we should also continue with public administration, that we need to take care much more about optimization in the context of fiscal limits and in the context of our European agenda. So in our study, we have few countries selected as cases, with the cases of their policies in the 4 modes, how we split measures, budgetary measures, human resource management, improving efficiency and effectiveness with soft measures and ICT, and of course with the decision-making process, how to strengthen it. Experience of EU countries was very important starting point for us. If we talk about EU, just shortly, average world governance indicator measured in 2008 and 2014 is almost the same, it is 3.6. Later we will see how it is in our region. There is also a graph about differences between member states, and it is not easy to improve these synthetic indicators for a quite short period of time. Other important indicator used in EU documents is indicator of compensation for employment in comparison with level of GDP. Of course, we always talk about full-time employment. Unfortunately, it was not possible in our study to follow all kinds of arrangement regarding voluntary work, trainees, part-time, occasional job arrangement, and something like that. It is also the case, and usually in countries in GDP structure, those indicators raise number of employment between 1 to 3%. But now we talk about full-time employment. In EU countries, we talk about average of 2.14 as compensation for employment. So gross salaries in the EU for the 2014, and this indicator is quite different between the countries. Well-developed countries or some Nordic countries are quite higher with this indicator in comparison with some other with quite low level. For instance, Romania and Germany have the lowest level of this indicator between these 28 countries, and Denmark and Finland are on the top of the list. When we talk about Western Balkan region, I always like for the first to make a short comparison with EU 28. So our region is a region of less than 5% of EU territory, about 3.6 of EU population, and only about 0.52 of European GDP. So we can contribute to Europe more with territory and the population, less with the economic power. But of course, surrounded the European Union, our region definitely deserves not only to be one neighborhood region, but also to be part of the European Union once when we achieve the criteria. What is also index of our development is GDP in purchasing parity power per capita, and we have some data for 2015. So our region, in the sense of European integration, need to respect everything what is already mentioned as priorities. And definitely one of that is optimization of public administration. When we work on our countries, then in next chapter, for the first we try to explain in short introduction where is our region today regarding European integration. In the meantime, we received new report from the European Commission. There are some good signs of progress, and I will explain it later with this quantitative, interesting methodology. But what we try to develop for the first, comparative indicators, what we already mentioned in a chapter about EU policies. And what is also important to mention, it is that the set of optimization policy, split in those 4 modes in EU countries, are very similar with policies what we also start to implement in our region. So we talk about more or less same problems regarding optimization. And what our region tried to implement, it is a set of policies already implemented in the European Union, starting with freezing of new employment or reduction of public costs or something like that. Single salary policy or ICT measure and public electronic services. When we try to compare some indicators, we have indicators for our countries, for the average regarding Western Balkan, EU 28, and we use Croatia, Slovenia, Estonia, and still this not so popular EU 13 as a member state joining EU in 2004, 2007, and 2013, so new member states, because average of those countries are closer to our indicators. So for the Western Balkan, for instance, for the 6 countries, employees in the general government as a percentage of total registered employed is about 22.8. You can see differences between countries, of course, and in EU it is 23.6. Also, for the EU countries, we have some prognosis towards 2007, so we can see which country like to reduce or to change number of employment. So regarding average indicators in that sense, still there is a small place for reallocation of current employees and for some small changes. But also between countries there are a lot of differences, as you can see. And we explain in study how we collect data. In comparison, a number of employees per 100,000 of population, we have little bigger differences in comparison with EU. So they can manage with that number of employees in public administration much better than in our region, because our average is less than 6,000. In EU, it is more than 10.7 thousand employees in public administration, in general government per 100,000 of population. Just to remind you, when we use terminology of general government, then we talk about local and central government, and we talk about public institution on both levels, but we do not include here public companies with the majority ownership of state. So it is very specific challenge for each country separately to manage number of employment in public companies. And especially it is one very good case in that sense is, for instance, experience of Serbia with public companies and with the right sizing of administration. Compensation for employment in general government as percentage of GDP, we are a little less. Of course, it is in line with capacities of our economy. And of course, important aspect of further analysis, in fact, is deeper analysis of structure of these wages, not only as a general, as average for the government itself. When we talk about work government indicators, you remember in EU it was 3.6, but for our countries it is 2.4. But it looks like that on the scale of 0 to 5, it is not so different, but in real life it is quite difference, and it is not easy to achieve that level. And of course, indicator of economic, relative indicator of economic power. We have here also in the graphs the same what I just explained regarding indicator. When we talk about analysis of our policies in the countries, we split them in 4 groups, as I already explained, and we have list of policies I can explain later. For instance, modalities of short-term policies, based on our questionnaire and based on our content analysis of current strategies and action plans and documents, we have set of measures analyzed per country, usually implemented or planned to be implemented, for instance, from the redundancies, freezing of employment, freezing of vacancies, incentive for early retirement, voluntary leaving, reduction of number of positions, number of working places, some budgetary measures, freezing of salaries in some countries, it is officially the case, unpaid leave, reduction of budget for trainings even, reduction of costs related to travels, telephones, other instruments of HR plan, and of course what is generally conclusion about analysis is that this process starts to be gradually more transparent and regularly on the agenda of government, officially published, and report about that. How we measure impact of these short-term optimization policies, we measure it through the 5 indicators, and each country responds, are there any kind of progress in that sense, or are there any indicators of progress achieved regarding public sector downsizing or right-sizing, HR planning, standardization of public sector salary policy, efficiency, productivity, or budgetary planning. Long-term strategic measure, for instance, much more implemented in EU member case, in our region are in this phase more as something what should be done in the medium term. Not fully implemented for the time being, but part of continuous reform and now future challenge. Also, countries explain how they read this measure, are they detected in their action plans, and how they will manage, how they will monitor it. I like to share with you also this side, what is part of continuous Commission methodology regarding progress report and explanation where we are on the list of progress in two aspects. One aspect is where we are regarding European standard, how we achieve that level on the average level. Second indicator is, I call it dynamic indicators, how country is evaluated regarding progress in last 12 months. In 2015 report, Commission shared with us also 10 regional priorities, and then we can calculate somehow average in 10 pilot areas. This year it was not easily to follow because Commission had 6 new areas as regional priorities. Now we have 16 priorities. But of course, for each country separately, we have our 33 chapters or specific areas for the potential candidates. Each areas are somehow evaluated. In our study, we put evaluation for 2015 report. But in 2016 report, there are some small changes. So in the level of achieving of European standard in quality of public administration, all of us, we have the same descriptive marks, and it can be also calculated in average. But on the level of the progress, some countries are evaluated worse. What does it mean? If you read it carefully, what happens between two reports, usually it is gap between adoption of strategic document and starting of implementation. So it is very important to adopt good documents, but then we can have a problem if implementation is prolonged or postponed. So for each country, very important is to have all of these documents, but second aspect is to start to implement it immediately and to report about that. So if we, for instance, calculate all of these 16 new priority areas, if you like, I can mention it. We talk about global picture of chapter 23, judiciary, fight against organized corruption, organized crime, freedom of expression, then public administration reform, and of course then two economic criteria, functional market economy and cope with competitiveness from the European market. And previously we had only chapter 5, public procurement, 18 statistics, and 32 financial control. This year we have 6 chapters extra, free movement of workers, competition, environment, energy, transport, and chapter 24 because of asylum, migration, and border control policy. So if we calculate these quantitative indicators, qualitative indicator, what is in Commission report about each country separately in gray boxes, then transform it in the quantitative indicators, then we can see that state of play regarding achieving of European standards is very good in talking as a Western Balkan average in the Macedonia, then in Montenegro and Serbia. But when we talk who was the best pupil in the last 20 months, then we can see that this year it is Montenegro. But I like to remind you that last year, with 10 indicators, it was Serbia. So every year it is different. And also what we can learn from this methodology, that some standards already achieved can be lost. Because if country stop to implement that policy on the level of EU, for instance, it was the case in Montenegro with intellectual rights. Last year, it was the only 5 marks in our report about Montenegrin state of the play indicators in chapter 7, but this year it is 4, which means that we little relaxing that policy in implementation. So this methodology of recalibrating reporting on 16 new areas. It is quite interesting for further following, and I am glad to see that the Commission is very brave in that methodology to continue, that we can calculate about 2 decimal places, but that's it. If you like to explain with much more objective approach where we are, if we talk that 5 is EU standard for membership, then we need to work a lot still. Potential for cooperation is next chapter, and it is something what is quite extensive part of the study, because we put a lot of tables about each country in this moment, screening this time segment. What is with PAR process itself, what is regarding budget policy, what is with HR planning, how we can expect improvement regarding public services through the electronic government, and how we can, where we can expect improving of decision-making regarding capacities of central government and capacities of medium-term planning and medium-term budget planning. So after explaining of situation in each country separately, where we have optimization policies, evaluation of the optimization policies, examples of good practices, OECD Sigma recommendation, European Commission recommendation, analysis of IPA support, then we continue with next chapter regarding role of ReSPA. Also, in that chapter, we have a lot of recommendation for future regional cooperation. I did not put it in our slides, but there is also a lot of areas where we can recognize where ReSPA can support this process. For the first, we develop it in our 4 modes of optimization policies and PAR process itself. So we define potential area of interventions, and we define mode of regional cooperation. What is, according to my point, what is important part of these tables is not only recommendations for policy development, information changing, know-how and experience, networking, capacity building, but also we add one interesting area of ReSPA role. It is development of specific manuals for different right-sizing initiatives. For instance, for a lot of countries, problem is costing of strategies, or IT support for collecting data and reporting towards government. So it is more or less the same ICT platform. Or problem is with the defining of standard minimum criteria for establishment of one institutions. Usually, Commission recommends for some important activities in government that they should be operationally and financially independent. It is not easily to transform in our local government structure. What does it mean operationally independent? How it is linked with the appointment of ministers, of state secretary? Is it connected with the election cycle? In some cases, we are obliged, and recommendation is that we should establish new institutions. In some cases, we have this institution of institution in institution as model of some savings. Of course, the worst model is frequent changes of organization. Then it can cause even additional costs. So I always prefer stability of institution as a model of organization, but of course with improvement, with the raising of efficiency. In that sense, ReSPA also can work on other manuals, for instance, on manuals of strengthening HR planning. It is also something what is important for each country separately. And one new, not so pleasant always, role is to help countries to define outsourcing policy. It is also something what is new and what is kind of important saving regarding finance and organization, but also what to outsource and how to do it, how to organize it, and how to evaluate it. It is some area where ReSPA can support towards countries. Minimum criteria for strategies and action plan with impact on both national and local budgets and development. Also to link implementation of strategy with local budgets and with implementation of local level also is area where ReSPA can develop some manuals or some good cases for sharing of experience. What is the role of the Western Balkan countries in that sense? For the first and always, it is strong political commitment for those reforms. So without that, it is not possible to expect better, good cooperation and good results. So continues with the optimization policies in the national public administration, and of course following what will be kind of ReSPA, revised work of ReSPA in medium term towards the 2020. And of course, are there free room for extension or development of regional level of e-services? How it can contribute to optimization policies? How we can integrate more regional activities or regional program activities and IPA support. So we, in fact, offer a lot of activities for future support between, future cooperation between ReSPA and the Western Balkan countries in the sense of optimization policies. Of course, at the end of the study, we have conclusions and recommendations. Also, there are much more conclusions and recommendations also offered on local languages regarding what is the result of this study and how it can implement and improve public administration. For the first, good socioeconomic policies, fundamental elements, fundamental first, and now I'm talking fully 30 minutes.
No, you must.
This is my usual practice from the classes, sorry. But, you know, professors are always somehow programmed on 45 minutes. So if I need to talk less, then I need to remind myself. But in any case, now I am at the end of my presentation, don't worry. So regarding conclusions, we repeat what is the role of ReSPA, and of course appeal on joint work to create synergy of this optimization process of public administration, to have more efficient and effective government structure, transparent planning, better implementation, good monitoring and evaluation, and of course reporting system. What was very convenient for us as a researcher using mostly desk research for this study is that we have quite good cooperation with countries, and I like again to repeat this good methodology that with the authors of the study we have full support of the management of the ReSPA and of course with the colleagues from the administration from the Albania, Bosnia, Montenegro, Macedonia, Serbia and Kosovo. So we always found open door for all information, for explanation, how it functions in some country. Are there some specifics, what is not defined as a policy, but is the case in some country? And of course, how we can measure it. For us, always was challenge how to measure something, not only to explain, but try to evaluate, are there progress or what we can expect in next medium term. So I think that this effort, producing this study as our joint effort, is good also as methodology for preparation of annual conferences. Because it was very time compressed, but it is much better to have intensive cooperation and study before conference, that main stakeholders should look at it, can discuss about it later, and fully aware what are in document. Not only that they have it as something what is presented first time today on the conference, but to have it much more, and of course with risk that we will be criticized. But for the final production, for improvement of public administration, it is much better to have it in advance as a result of ReSPA work, and to have, do hope, fruitful discussion later from our colleagues, from the ReSPA beneficiaries, and of course from our dear guests from other countries from the EU, and of course from the international organization deeply involved in supporting Western Balkan in improving public administration reform. So it is more or less what we finished with this study, and I am also here
today and tomorrow to try to explain everything what is in my capacity as a contribution of our work for this conference. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Jurovic. We will have a chance to open real discussion about these introductory notes, about the study, about the topic after the coffee break, when all representatives, higher officials in Western Balkan countries will have a chance to present their views of optimization process in their countries. This second part of our second session of the conference will moderate our colleague Stefan Friedrichs. I noticed that some of you tried to catch these complicated slides prepared by Ms. Jurovic. There is no need for that. Everything was what was prepared for the conference. All PowerPoint presentations, all the studies, and all other useful documents are at these flashcards, which I believe you already all received. It's our way how to modernize the process, and there is no papers at this conference. We will have just one short notice for journalists. We will have, during a coffee break, press conference, and I will invite you to come to Milica meeting room at this hotel, in which we will have conference. So now I think that we deserve short coffee break, and after that we will continue the work. Thank you.
Yeah, please. Yes. Yeah, yes. Okay, good. This one actually, so he will take his laptop with him. Yeah. Okay. So would like to start, dear colleagues? Okay, dear colleagues, if you may take your place. Yes, I know these conferences should consist only of coffee breaks, because I have the impression that's always the most interactive part of the conference, but happy to see you back here in the conference hall. A very warm welcome from my side. My name is Stefan Friedrichs, and I'm going to moderate this expert discussion or roundtable discussion. Actually, we don't have a round table. We downsized it to a small coffee table. But if everyone is in here, so we can start and have our interactive and hopefully a lively roundtable discussion on the subject of optimizing public administration in the Western Balkans. So we already heard in the opening statement in the description of the study, not size matters, but quality. So that's one of the key findings, and also the opening statement or quote by Francis Fukuyama, who said it's not the size of public administration, but it is determined by quality. And so that will be also a main focus point of our discussion with our senior experts and colleagues from the different countries and public administrations in the Western Balkans. So we are talking about how to improve quality of public administration. And we heard there are many different aspects or perspective which we can analyze, which was done in the study by Professor Durovic in very much detail using different indicators. But she said, so there are mainly 6 different aspects which are important if we talk about public administration and optimizing public administration. So it is about the public administration reform process itself. So what's the quality, what are the outcomes? And in preparing this roundtable, I heard some of you have critically analyzed also the public administration strategies, and so you're going to share some learnings also, what worked in the past in terms of public administration reform strategy, and where were certain shortcomings. So first aspect. Second aspect, it's about the budget, the financial management and planning processes. So there we definitely also have to critically evaluate recent activities, but we are also pretty much sure, and the study shows that there are aspects which can be optimized in terms of financial management, budget management. HR, next aspect, I think you're also going to elaborate on the human resource aspect in terms of optimizing public administration. Very keen to hear about that, the personal perspective. Organizational efficiency and effectiveness. So that's also related using modern technology, using modern tools, and we are trying to integrate that here also in our discussion in the whole conference, using different tools. Some colleagues are twittering, we are using Slido, and by using these tools and instruments, we are trying to get you, the audience, also involved in our discussion, and I will give you further instruction how we are going to use that also here in the panel discussion. So the last aspect is about decision making. Also the study shows there, so some activities in the past have been already implemented in terms of decision making processes on governmental level, but still there is room for improvement, and we are very much keen to hear about practical experiences. I think the framework is set by the study, by the analysis. Right now the practitioners come to word, and I'm very excited to learn about your experiences. And I said you, so I would like also perhaps to extract a little bit the critical points, so what was perhaps not working that well, so that we can at the end open up the discussion with the audience and share some perspective with everyone in here. So I would like to shortly introduce our panelists, and I would like to start with Mrs. Dudoshi. You're from Albania and working for the Prime Minister's office, also especially in charge and dealing with public administration and public administration reform. A very warm welcome to you. So our next colleague here on the panel is Mr. Mehmedovic, Ministry of Justice from Bosnia and Herzegovina. And so we already had a chat, so I'm very keen to hear about your perspective and your experiences. Our next colleague, Mr. Dražen Maravic from Serbia. So you're working in the Ministry of Public Administration and Local Self-Governance as a deputy minister in this ministry. So very welcome to you as well. A short commute had our colleague Dragana Ranitovic from Montenegro. I think you could even walk to this place almost. So you are working in the Ministry of Interior and as a General Director also in charge of public administration and all related issues. So our next two colleagues, Mr. Jahiji, sorry? Yahi, okay, sorry so for my bad pronunciation. So I'm very happy that you're here. So you're State Secretary in the Ministry of Information Society. That was and administration. Okay, now we get it right. So also keen to hear about your experience, and our colleague from Kosovo, Mr. Shamoli, is working in the Ministry of Public Administration. Okay, so that's for a start. So you see we have expertise, we have senior civil servants here and in the audience, and if we have you here, so we would like also to engage you in a first discussion or in a first activity, and I would like to ask my colleague to show you the poll before we ask the colleagues to reflect on their activities in their home countries. What are we going to do? So we heard that e-government might be one process used also to optimize public administration. So who of you has a cell phone with him or her? Okay, so yeah, so I think every or most of you have. So you can connect to the internet here in the Hilton Hotel by choosing the free Wi-Fi, or you have your own internet connection, and then you just have to do two steps. You have to type in Slido, slido.com in the browser of your cell phone, or if you have a laptop, so then use this. And then please enter the event code, which is for this conference 8993. And then you are eligible to answer the question which we at the very start. Have you already actively designed or participated or implemented an optimization process in public administration? Easy question, easy answer, either yes or no. We just would like to see who of you has already experienced such processes, projects, or activities, him or herself. So let's see, 21 have already answered. I think 80 colleagues are left, so perhaps we'll just give a further chance. 27, so 70% majority says yes, I've implemented such process or been part of it or managed such a project. 33. Okay, so we will leave that, and perhaps meanwhile you can figure out the technicalities, and I would like to start with a short introduction of activities which you implemented in recent years in Albania. And yeah, Mrs. Dudoshi, so could you help us understand what has been implemented or tried during recent years in terms of process optimization?
Okay. I'm going to speak in my language, in Albania, so you have translations.
Department for which I work for, Department of Public Administration in Albania, is one of the main departments of the Albanian government that is responsible for PAR in Albania, and especially the Minister for State. We do have a Minister for State for the Public Administration and Computerization, and that the responsibility of the Minister for State deals with the reforming of public administration in Albania. Reforming of public administration recently, during the recent year, has had a stronger commitment. It is a process that has started years ago, in fact. For the very first time, we had a strategy on PAR. It was adopted in 2009. It was a 4-year strategy, 2009-2013. The focus of the strategy was on management of human resources, without including some extra elements that are, of course, part of public administration reforming. With a new strategy that has been adopted a year ago, beginning of 2015, there are some pillars of this strategy, and we aim to include them as part of public administration reform. And we try to involve the main pillars. Part of this is policy making and decision making. That is one of the main pillars of the public administration reforming. It is human resource management that is focused on civil service, and it is also the revision of the functional revision of the institutions, functions of the institutions, the internal structure of the institutions, delegation of decision-making based on the code of the procedures, etc. And another aspect is innovation. Innovation in the public administration, digitalization, IT, and all the new technologies in the reforming of public administration. The last one is supervision. So I'd like to focus on what we've done regarding human resource management, with a focus with the civil service, and also regarding main institutions of the. In Albania, we have a new law on civil service in 2013, and that law has been started to be implemented in 2014. We have made some big steps ahead, especially regarding recruitment of employees in the civil service with the aim to increase professionalism of the administration and also sustainability of the employees. And also, we have worked a lot so far regarding revision of the functions of the institutions. Now, we have adopted since 2012 a law that clearly defines the principles and standards of institution building, and based on that law, we have adopted in 2014 a Council of Ministers decision that defines some practical standards regarding the way how we can set up the internal structure of institution, how the institution is organized internally. Now we are at a process of drafting the terms of reference, benefiting from IPA funds, and 2014, and one of the main pillars of this benefit of IPA 2014 is a functional revision of the institutions of the public administration in Albania. That is very briefly what we have done in Albania.
Words. Innovation, as you said, so that will be a point where we are going to discuss further, and also the functional review, which you just mentioned at the end. So I think these are tools and measures which we are going to analyze a little bit more. Thank you very much. Mr. Mehmedovic, you as the Chief Administrative Inspector, so I think you have done a couple of process reviews and optimization processes in the past. So as you can see, also most of our colleagues here in the audience, so 70%, have been somehow engaged. Perhaps you can name some of your experiences in Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Što se tiče Bosne I Hercegovine, proces reforme javne uprave.
As for Bosnia and Herzegovina, the process of the reform of public administration is implemented by the office of the president of the ministries, and that is the key function on the level of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Watching this presentation and the report for Bosnia and Herzegovina, the progress report for Bosnia and Herzegovina for 2015, we can see that as for the reform of public administration, Bosnia and Herzegovina has not achieved significant results. That's one of the problems. And there are some specific problems in each of the states in the field of reform of public administration. First of all, the organization of Bosnia and Herzegovina is very complex. It has asymmetrical organization, namely. This study can help us to understand where we are at the moment. But I start from the fact that each country has its specific characteristics and it has to understand its own specific characteristics. It is the message that we have to start from. As for the public administration on the level of Bosnia and Herzegovina, there were certain advances. We are currently drafting the new strategy for the reform of public administration. We have intensive activities in that project through the thematic working groups. I believe that this strategy, as it is defined, will produce better results than the last strategy. The last strategy, the previous one, was based on the activities. We had certain activities, we had to implement them and put a tick next to them. However, this new strategy actually is based on the results. We have to achieve the results. It's not based on activities anymore. We have to define the problem, we have to define the result, and we have to achieve the result. I am an optimist, regardless of all those difficulties in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but I'm an optimist thinking that we will have better public administration thanks to the results of these projects.
Notion not only focusing on the results, not only getting the figures right to achieve a certain optimum or the right size of public administration, but to think about the impact. And so what is actually at the end of this process? And I think often forgotten, but we are going to discuss that in further detail in our discussion. Thank you very much. Dear Mr. Maravic, so you as Assistant Minister in your ministry, I think you are combining two interesting perspectives. So working with the public administration on central government, but also with local administrations, so with the local level in Serbia. So I would be also interested on these two levels. So what are your experiences or what are the results of these reform activities and optimization processes in Serbia?
Hvala.
Thank you. What I could say in the beginning is that in the process of optimization, it is very difficult to have a measurable result which brought to tangible change and which is recognized by the people. So if you have some of these three things, you don't have some other. And, you know, if you sum up the results, for example, financial results are not good, or if you give financial results, you don't have results that are visible for citizens, or internally, administration has not recognized the change. So it is very difficult to reach measurable results in this very abstract field. Measurable results that will be tangible and visible for citizens so that you can get support to do more. So we have to take separately the reform of central public administration and the reform on the local level. I think that is useful, and I think we should focus in this panel on the central level. The problem and challenge that we have in this field is a very long-term prospect of European integration. A very long process in comparison to earlier enlargement procedures. But that contributed to the dispersion of attention and loss of enthusiasm for the reforms. So since the process is long and is going to be long, then it overlapped with some certain cycles on the global level, financial cycles that have its consequences on our world. So we have to analyze and we have to introduce very complex measures in a very brief period of time. And since our organization structure is such that only the urgent things are important, then we are in the situation that we don't analyze the system consequences of certain decisions and we urgently adopt measures on very complex issues. This used to be the case in the past as well. We analyze the things in the process of European integration and we established new organizational units, new institutions, or we change legislation quickly without analyzing of whether we can use the existing institutions or whether we can strengthen the existing capacities or whether we can use the existing legal framework to meet some new needs. So this all led to the situation that the public administration is huge and complex in Serbia, and there are very strong differences between different parts of it, and there are differences when it comes to salaries and roles of some of the institutions and elements in the system. We did a functional analysis and considered this problem. And therefore, we designed the action plan, which should optimize our administration. However, as I said, it is very difficult to achieve measurable result with tangible change, which will be recognized and visible to the people so that they can give us support. These topics are very abstract for our people, so I think it's difficult to reach all of these elements. It is useful to analyze and get the overview of costing, and that is a good perspective. I think that one of the parameters that was presented here on one of the slides is what is the share in the GDP of the salaries of people employed in public administration. That is an important element. However, when we plan the budget and our participation in project activities, we don't see how much the working hours of people employed in a project actually costs. And very easily, the managers just transfer people from one assignment to another without taking into account what is the cost and what is the time that these people use, because that is something that is not renewable. The time is spent, and then you have a new problem. You have to solve that problem because you transfer some people to some new problems and the old problems are not solved. On the other side, when you make the program budget, or at least in Serbia it is the case, we don't take into account this obligation or this liability of payment to the people working in the project. And again, we don't see the overall picture. That's why budget is still in the center of focus of our planning. And it's not the people who are in the focus and use of their time and knowledge. It is a problem that is extremely difficult to solve because public expect fast, tangible, measurable results without additional costs or with reduction of costs. And it is practically impossible to achieve something like that. So you have to invest either money or time to reach a tangible result. Anyway, there are parallels of this problem on the local level as well. But the difference is that on the local level, on the central level, there was a structure which was already developed, but on the local level, it is a new one. Just a couple of months ago, it was completed. And we are yet to develop the professional administration on the local level because it used to be very dependent on political cycles. In such a way, we can say that all these problems are more visible on the local level and they are closer to the citizens. And so the inefficiencies there are felt by our citizens. So we are trying to find some joint elements between the central and the local level and to draw conclusions and to contribute to solving the problems on both central and the local level.
So I think interesting situation on the local level, as you said, so the structures are just developing, so they are not fully defined, but so this can be also an opportunity to put the structures and the processes right at this moment. But as you said, a wicked problem, a wicked situation, so you either have to invest time or money. So, and let's see how we get along with this. Thank you very much. So, Ms. Ranitovic, so in the Ministry of Interior here in Montenegro, you said, so you also reviewed policies and the recent activities which were implemented in the past. Perhaps you can share some of your learning points from the past and then give us the future perspective.
Zahvaljujem. Thank you. In Montenegro, we deal with the optimization issues, and we've been dealing with it even before in the previous strategy that ended in 2016. But now I would like to focus on a document that we adopted in 2013. It is the internal restructuring plan for the public sector. The main aim was to come up with efficient, effective, economical public administration. And downsizing was one very specific objective in the public sector. When I say public sector, I mean both the central and the local level of government. It was accompanied by an action plan that defined certain measures and activities for downsizing. The initial idea when we drafted the document was based on comprehensive internal reviews to be done by certain public authorities to have a targeted, a planned downsizing. We didn't talk about optimization or right-sizing then, but of downsizing. But given that we had some pressures and we didn't come up with the good analysis, so we've opted for a linear downsize, 10% within 5% in the first 2 years and 5% in the next 2 years, so over 4 years altogether. This is our lesson learned, but of how things are not to be done. So we found ourselves in a situation where we provoked ourselves to opt for the linear downsizing which was not achieved. On the contrary, a lot of these activities were implemented which are good and of good quality, but I will focus on where we went wrong, disregarding the good achievements that we have made. In pursuing the downsizing goal, almost nothing was achieved. At the level of the state administration, it was only in a very limited number of sectors that we did see downsizing. In other sectors, it remained the same. And at the local level, we've even seen an increase in the total number of staff. And it was quite sizable to that. You know the ramifications of this, a large-scale administration, unsustainable, difficult to fund. And one of the tasks, one of the measures was to adopt the internal job systematization documents. They all observed it, all authorities, but without the prior review and the understanding of the actual situation, and that's why it was not effective. In order to do something in this respect, particularly regarding local governments, we did something through restructuring of public debt. The municipalities which faced greatest problems had financial difficulties, and the government provided an option for restructuring their debt. But these agreements came with attachments. They had to, or to put it like this, the government would support the restructuring of the debt. Bojan will tell you more about it tomorrow, but in any case, the municipalities undertook at the same time to, as a prior condition, to have downsizing plans and a ban on recruitment without the approval of the Ministry of Finance. That's what we did, aware of the problems that we had, and with the new PAR strategy that was approved by the government in July, we redefined the goals from the internal organization plan, and we tried to come up with a new approach. Now we are not focusing only on downsizing, but right-sizing. Our goal is to optimize. We have to take into account the downsizing, but for instance, in Montenegro, we had a problem with that our plan talked about downsizing, but our EU integration process imposes the need of increasing public servants in some respects. So I agree with Mr. Marovic, who talked about setting new institutions and other things. Aware of the complexity with the new PAR strategy, we redefined our goals, and now we rather opt for the activities. But this is still early days, to be sure, but we believe the activities would primarily lead to optimization of staff. Hopefully, it will mean downsizing in some respects, and we also think about improved HR planning, because we also believe this would produce good results, that it would lead us to reach our set goals. By way of introduction, and this is enough, maybe to be more specific in the next round.
Good. So you pointed out right-sizing or downsizing. That's a hot issue, a difficult issue. So I'm going this question to the colleagues afterwards, so you can somehow come up with some ideas. What is the right size, actually, for public administration? Thank you for sharing your learning points also from recent years. State Secretary Yachi, So also from your perspective, so you're also dealing with information society. So in terms of e-government, I think you can also share some experience from this regard, which you saw in Macedonia in recent years, and also what's ahead on this journey.
Okay. Thank you. Actually, I'll concentrate more what we as a country and we as a government, what we did on our effort to optimize the public administration. I don't think that we did much, but I wanted just to mention some elements that which we worked certain years, and I think that maybe we can say that they belongs to the process of the optimization of the public administration in Macedonia. Actually, I can first go with the freezing of the new employments, which we started on 2009. Was not more than an idea that is coming, idea that is relating to the fact that we wanted to optimize the public administration. Was the idea that was necessary because of the economic crisis that we had in that time. But anyway, it contributed on this direction because on that time, the new employment was approved by the Ministry of Finance just to the institutions that they had the urgent needs for a new employment. On the 2011, we started a new project called Suficit Deficit, which actually was coordinated by our ministry. And the main task of this project was to see and to ask the institution that they have overstaffed to come to our institution with this staff, and at the same time we initiated this idea to the institution that were on need for the new staff in order to see and to make this balance to the different institutions. This project, I think, lasted more than 3 years. At the moment is not working anymore, it's stopped. On the 2013, at the end somewhere, we finished a project supported by IPA on the technical support of the Ministry of Information Society and Administration. And for first time, we adopted a new methodology, which is the methodology for functional review in public institutions. And for first time, we started in several institutions to do the functional review and to make a report for the institution to say that which is the best structure organization for this institution to work in the public administration. On the 2 new laws that were adopted in 2013 and started with implementation in 2015 in February, we put 2 things that I think may go as well in that direction on helping us for further work on the optimization of public administration. So we put first that the institutions that want to have a new act of systematization first must have the functional review. According to the functional review, as a ministry, because the act of systematization, in order to be in power, need first to have the consent of Ministry of Information Society and Administration, and we say to them that you need first to have a functional review, then come to us on act of systematization in order to see because the functional review is the instrument, is the tool that can show you what is the best organization function that you can have in your institution. On the same time, compared with the before, we put as well a kind of a restriction to the new jobs position on the act of systematization to each institution. We said for the first time, when we started to implement with this new law, then for the first time, you'll have just 50% more empty job position, let's say for 2015. Then we said that in 4 years after, this limit will be 10%. Why we did this measure? The measure is what we did because, before that, the institution had no limitation at all on their act of systematization, on their empty position in their institution, which this was a base for them to ask many times to the Ministry of Finance and after for new recruitment or new employment in the institution. On this occasion as well, I wanted to mention the annual plan is for first time is introduced in our country. So each institution, before they go for any new implement, they need to have an annual plan now, which in this annual plan, they need in detail to summarize why they need to have new implement, for which reason, for which project, and so on. And this process take, I can say that 1 year. So it means that if you want to have a new implement in 2018, you need to finish this process during the 2017. One as well the things that I think that can help us on the future steps for the optimization of public administration, each HR system, a new, really very good IT system in our institution, which you can have everything that you need there, any data for institutions, for the staff, for job position, for profiles and everything, which can support and get our ministry in order for with the data, in order what really we need to do with optimization, so on. And the bigger challenges is yet to come. So we at the moment, we are drafting a new strategy on public administration reform. One of the 5 main objectives of this strategy is as well the structure of the institutions in public administration, which we have foreseen for next year, 2017, hopefully to start a new functional review for whole public institution in Macedonia. Okay. Here are some elements I wanted to say, maybe after we can
Good.
move on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the takeaway message for me is annual planning. So to have this planning process and also a reflection process, what are we actually doing? So what is our aim and what do we need to achieve that? And then also this HR information system. I think that's also interesting for the colleagues here in the room to hear and learn about how is that functioning, and can we also learn something from your experience in this regard. Last but not least, so we are also interested to hear Mr. Shamouli about the activities which you implemented in Kosovo, and perhaps you can also give us some insights in your activities.
Regarding the strategic framework, compared with other countries that were presented there, we have adopted the strategy of public administration reforming, and one of the main objectives of this strategy is the issue of civil service management and also reorganization of the public administration. I'd like to focus a little bit on, and I'd like to explain all the measures that have been taken throughout the years regarding optimization of public administration in Kosovo. Starting from 2006, by that time we were under UNMIC leadership and also guidance, and there was a measure for the freezing of new employment for the public administration. That was first step. And later on, we also undertook some concrete measures. So in 2008, the government of Albania adopted the government of Kosovo adopted a decision in order to define some standards in delivery of standard services in employment of civil servants. And this standards has now been established. It is a standard that defines what is the number of the civil service and the service they offer. And regarding the process of the revision of the functions of the institutions of some ministries, we have made some horizontal changes in regarding human resource management and public finances. So, and we have come up with some very good recommendations, and one of the recommendations is how to merge some ministries in order to have an efficient and rational public administration. I'd like to continue with the recent steps we have undertaken and also with some requirements that some of the obstacles and problems we have faced and some requirements that have been addressed to us by the European Commission. The progress report of the last 2 years, there was an issue that Kosovo had a large number of ministries and institutions, and to this aim, in the reforming of public administration, the working group of the reforming of public administration, we thought to have a revision, especially to review the functions of the institutions, and with the support of Sigma, we are going to do this, and we are going to publish this analysis of the functional revision of the institutions. And we can say that there is a high number. We have 80 institutions that are part of the parliament and also part of the ministries, and we would like that through analysis we should provide recommendations how to make this functional revision of the institutions in order to have a rational public administration. Regarding the analysis, we also had an additional issue. Some institutions that belong to the executive power in the parliament, and we think to turn these institutions under the executive power again, and I think we can talk more about some concrete steps that we have undertaken, and so you can see that through this analysis we can also demonstrate what are the main issues we have faced. Thank you.
The envelope, you all implemented strategies, activities, and measures in recent years. So it's only fair to get a first overview in the starting phase of our panel discussion. So we are speeding up a little bit. So I have right now questions always for 3 of you. We start here with the colleagues here, and then I give you some further questions on the other side of the panel. And as we said, downsizing and right-sizing, so are these famous terms which are also the key elements in the study. And right-sizing, I think it's the polite form or way of putting it to somehow decrease the number. To which figure, I don't know. But I would like to ask you, colleagues and ladies and gentlemen, so how do you figure out what is the right size? So which number of employees or which number of resources is appropriate for certain tasks? So who would like to start with a first idea or a first try of an answer? Because that's a very difficult one. So how do you assess the appropriate size, Mr. Marevic?
Thank you.
Well, we have to remember the coffee break. Coffee was great. We had a nice chat with the waiter. We were queuing and spent time together, but the coffee was made one by one. And that is the experience that you can't object much to if you are at the beginning of the queue. But invest a lot for a huge espresso coffee machine is irrational if you use it just for one event. But if you use it for providing services, if you are a hotel, then it's rational. So that's where I see the answer to your question. We have to be able to make an overview and see what is the core business of one institution and whether that then is of such a scope that we need to have a separate institution, or it is of such a scope that we need to have one organizational unit within the existing institution, or we need to add some people to the existing structure, or the existing people in the existing structure can do additional activities. And it cannot be described in more precise terms and ensure that it is universally acceptable. But we have to define a test that would include certain answers to certain questions, and then based on those answers to those questions, we can decide on what we really need. We have examples that we have separate institutions dealing with only one function, but we also have some other institutions that have tens of functions. But the problem is that when you analyze the budget or a human resources plan or strategy of certain institutions, we do not take into account all the functions that one institution has, and we do not classify those functions into core business and other activities. And we do not use that as the basis for establishment of new institutions. So we never use it like, yes, we need new institution, but we can use some of the logistics functions, some of the IT functions, and some other things from another institution. So that kind of test is something that we need, questions and answers to these questions, and we intend to develop that so that we can have a test to lead us to the optimum ratio between the number of people dedicated to certain particular tasks in comparison to people who have to work on certain function, and to see how they are organized. So this is not a matter of a number only. It is the matter of analyzing the ratio between the people needed for the basic core function and ancillary functions. So the part of the problem here is that all huge things that have been developed and that are achievement of civilization are the projects from the public sector. The pyramid, Stonehenge, Colosseum, organization of the Standing Army, all of those are the projects of the public sector, and they survived. But you know, in time, through some imaginary standardization and organization and systematization of some type cells in a system, we forgot that the nature of challenges is a project nature. We still work on the projects of downsizing and right-sizing. And that is a project, and we need a number of institutions to participate in that, but they participate as home organizations or central mother organizations. And then, you know, it is difficult to answer the question how many people are needed to participate in the process of right-sizing. And then there is another question of how many institutions do we need in the process or project of right-sizing. These numbers don't match. And then it is very difficult to reach the answer to how many people we need to do something. Because we need here people who work on the budget, on human resources, who know the context, who know the core activities, and those are the people who work in different institutions or different parts of one institution, and they rarely sit at the same table. And that conflict of the central structure and the project approach produces a huge number of problems. And our challenge in the process of right-sizing is actually that our public administration, through its central structure, cannot be fully dedicated with all its capacities to that task, because not all the people who are supposed to participate in that do not participate, or they don't even know that it is happening, or they find out about it rather late in the process, and then it causes problems. And this problem is very difficult to be solved without a focus on the top management and human resources management. But we can discuss this other time. What I wanted to say is that the number is not so important. The important is the ratio of the people who work on the core tasks, and then to see who is in the focus, who is working on the core activities, and who supports the people who work on the core activities. If we can achieve that, then I think we will manage to solve the problem, because the state does have capacities to solve the whole problem.
Of different factors, that's your advice. So how would you answer this question for optimum in the Albanian public administration?
Okay, ne kemi filluar.
We have started with a study and with our efforts by having some support from the international organizations. We started it as a part of our work in the Department of Public Administration, 2002-2003. What we did at the beginning was to see which was the relationship or the ratio of our public administration comparing to the figures that I used in EU countries or other countries. In fact, there are some ratios that I believe all of us are aware of. So some indicators that were used at the studies at the time was the ratio between the employee in a public administration compared to the number of the population in general, the ratio between the number of people working in the offices or policy-making regulatory institutions compared to the services, so education, health sector, armed forces. Another indicator that was widely used at the time was the ratio between the employees in a public administration compared to the total number of employees in the country. And lastly, it was the ratio between the expenditures for the staff compared to the revenues or the expenditures and compared to GDP. In all these reports, in the previous ratios, the average was similar to the average of the developed countries. So the number of the public administration at that time was 120,000 people, including also the local level. And the population in Albania at that time was about 3 million inhabitants. The main problem that we had was related to the distribution of the number of employees. Were there more employees working in the offices or policymakers, or into health sector, education, armed forces, etc.? And then, just to bring you an example, the number of the teachers for pre-university system in Albania is about 36,000 employees. They are not distributed as they should. That's why we do have a problem that in remote areas or in the villages, we do have one teacher that teaches so many subjects and a small number of pupils. But if we come to, for example, to Tirana or in some other districts or towns, you can find classes with 40 to 45 pupils. So this is something that needs another reform. The same thing can happen with it happens with the health sector. So what we thought to do was to analyze these functions, and I agree with what my colleague from Serbia mentioned previously. So it is very much important to analyze how much have you dedicated to an institution, the core functions. So the functions for which the institutions has been set up, compared to the support staff, for example, the budget office or finance office, or some activities that we in Albania consider as support activities compared to the core functions. So we have tried, in fact, we have made some efforts. It is difficult to provide a clear-cut answer about this. We have tried to do such a thing since 2004. Sorry, she's saying in 2010, we have had a decree of the Council of Ministers saying that this ratio is not more than 33% of the support action should be in an institution. So in an agency or institution, the support activities should occupy only 33% of the people working in the services. But what I think and what is done in Albania is to make a functional analysis, to say that if the same function is conducted only in one agency, in one function, or it is carried out in different institutions. So we have to see if there is an overlapping of the functions. We have to see if the function is established in the agency or institution that should be, or, for example, the agencies that we call under the auspices of some ministries. So this is what we have to do, and then we have to define the exact number, let us say, or better saying, similar number of the people working or employees working in the public administration. In Albania, there is no need for decrease of the number of the public employees, but the problem rests on the distribution, on the right sizing, and not downsizing.
your task also in the future to find the right mix and the right regions and areas. Okay, so I know not an easy question, but could you try also to formulate an answer? What is the optimum? What is the right size from your perspective in Bosnia and Herzegovina?
Znači, mi smo prije 2 godine
2 years ago, we rendered a decision about the principles of organization of administration bodies. And the goal was to develop single principles so that we can have optimization. And then there is another decision of the standard description of jobs, of workplaces. The goal there was that the people are paid the same for similar jobs, and reduction of redundant jobs or elimination of redundant jobs. And results were not so good. The idea was optimization or right sizing, and the texts were good that we wrote at that time. But we have to start from the policies. What are the goals that we want to achieve? That is the first question. The largest number of employees in public administration are in the sectors of education, health, and police. So if we want to talk about optimization as a euphemism for downsizing, the question is whether we achieve the goals that our government wants us to achieve. That's the key question. If you have a village in the rural part of the country where people are leaving that place, and then you reduce the number of people in education and in health sector, what does this mean? Will you stop people moving out from these places? No. So you have strategies, and the effect on that strategies from these people leaving such places, like, for example, strategy in agriculture, this will have a negative effect. And then if you have downsizing, it doesn't mean that you will lose only poor human resources. You might lose good ones as well. And these are real challenges that we cannot play with really on the level of theory. I participated in an experiment that is still good today, but the results of that experiment are not good. When it comes to public administration, what I can say from the experience that I have, going into all institutions in Bosnia and Herzegovina, you can see that all of them are oversized. But very frequently, that condition is a consequence of different strategies that we all actually introduced together and that were supported by international organizations. And I will give you an example. Protection of whistleblowers. The idea is to have a separate department with 5 people working and being trained in that. And do you know how many whistleblowers we had in 5 years? 2. Only 2. So the question is, yes, it is a good idea. It is valuable. We have to fight for that. But on the other side, the question is, do we really need 5 people and the head of the department? High-quality human resources are needed for 2 whistleblowers in 5 years. And then on the other side, we have temporary measures that are adopted for the purpose of right-sizing, like reducing salaries or reducing or freezing the employment. They do have results in the short run, but in the long term, we have a problem. For example, the law on legal aid. It is a value we should fight for, definitely, to ensure that people get legal aid free of charge. But if you can't employ new people there, and you want to ensure that service, you will take the best people working in the ministry, you will make the ministry weaker to achieve one goal. And then your result in general, overall result of the ministry will be poorer because the scarce human resources will not be used in the proper way. So as for right sizing, I sincerely don't like the idea that it is reduced to downsizing. Right sizing is the constant process of fine-tuning so that you can hear the best music you can hear. So the question is whether it is a job that can be done. No, it can't be done. It is the activity that has to run continuously because every day imposes new challenges, and we have to put efforts to protect the policies, to protect the goals, and to achieve the goals that we set. Thank you. Because of all of this that was said, we took this approach. It is very difficult to establish the optimum number of people working on the core function. So we decided to set the minimum number of people for supporting functions. That's easier to calculate. So at least this and that number of people have to work on public procurement for the institution of certain size. So you need minimum of so many people for IT, for finances, for salaries, for etc., etc. So we will try to establish in absolute terms the minimum number of people to enable functioning of an institution within a legal order in the ancillary or supporting functions. And then we would establish how many people we have for the core activities so that the institution can function autonomously or independently. And then if some institutions are below that level, then we need to work on optimization. And we need to have a ratio of 2 people working for 100 people on the activities of public procurement. So our logic is that it is easier to calculate in absolute terms of how many people we need in the minimum to do the ancillary or supporting functions properly, like public procurement, transport, maintenance, etc., etc. And then on the basis of that, to reach the number of people needed for the core business.
The idea which you mentioned of this systemic effects. So if we are changing somewhere something, so it will have an effect on the other side. And that's why the question which you also posed and which also came up here on the Twitter wall a little bit earlier is it just a project or is it an ongoing process which we have to engage to find the optimum size and right size public administration? Okay, thank you very much for the answers to this difficult question. I also have for you a difficult question. So which tools or which measures have you used actually to put in place these projects or these optimization programs? So I'm a very simple guy. I always need very practical examples. So I like tools, I like instruments, and perhaps you can give me some ideas which tools and instruments you really used to make it happen. And perhaps you can already exchange who is going to start. I would like to ask my colleague to show the next question also here on Slido, because also from you, dear colleagues, I would like to know which tools, measures, processes have you used to optimize public administration. So, and we are getting the question right now, and perhaps already, okay, so here you are already Slido experts, so you know you have to type in and then the event code, and I would like to know from you, and the colleagues are also answering this question, which measures or tools have you used in optimization projects? And I would like to invite you perhaps to start and give us an idea what you did practically, very down to earth.
Actually, I again need to go back what I mentioned in the beginning, because those were the elements that we think that we used to do something on that direction. Yeah, actually with the project that we said suffixit deficit, I cannot remember now the number of the employees that we transfer from one institution to a different institution, but I remember that we had a number, not so big, but we had a number, and all this process went through the government decision in order that this kind of decision to be more powerful. But I can say as well that through this process we had some obstacles, because, you know, according to our law for administrative servants and our law for public employees in Macedonia, in order you to transfer a mobility scheme to do from one institution to the other institution, you need the consent of the civil servants as well. So sometimes, you know, that the employees are used to work on the same institution, They are used to get along with or their colleagues, and on this kind was rejection as well, that we couldn't do more on this area. On the what I said, that on the new law of the public employees that started to be implemented in 2015 in February, for the first time we introduced the annual planning. In this annual planning, as I said, every institution now, before they go to ask for any new recruitment, any new implement, they need on this, there are a lot of formats there, they need to explain why they need to have this kind of new event, what kind of new task the institution will have on the next year, how many people from that institution, how many employees from that institution would be retired for the next period, and how many staff left their institution from that. And at the same time, other details as well, which first to the Ministry of Finance, give the exact reason why these institutions are asking for more staff, and they can based on this information, they can take a decision if there is a need for that, or they can go on with the same staff that they have now. This is as well what, because this process is not just Ministry of Finance who is giving consent for the annual plan, is our Ministry of Information, Society and Administration, who is at the same time look and review this process and give consent to the institution for the reason of the new implement. As well as I said that at the moment, this kind of process, I see that the institutions, and especially HR units on this institution, this process are finishing or are doing in a very technical manner, but you know, we just started, this is first year that we started the process. Then I personally discussed with the Sigma, because we work very well with the Sigma, and to see now for the next year, on the 2017, we are now preparing a new project, which is more relating to the knowledge, not just technically, but knowledge to the HR units in our institution, for the needs of their institution for new planning. So not just to come with a number, but to come with more deeper analysis on their act of systematization, on their job position, and on their job profile, in order they to be the annual plan, not to be just something technically, but to be more to have deep analysis on that. So there is on what we think to do. But generally, what I want to say is that all of us, what we are here, all of us, we love our country, but sometimes we need to accept something, that what we are discussing now and what we have done till this moment is not enough. So we need to do more in order to really fulfill this process. There was a question here that what is the proper, if I can say, the number of public administration in our countries. I need to accept that we don't know, because there is no analysis on that which can say or can tell us that this is number properly for your public administration. And the picture is more sad when we say that we have not started yet to go through this process, because the process is not going to be very easy. You know that if we go on the past years, since 1991 or 1992, because I don't want to get in on the period of ex-Yugoslavia, the employments, the organization structure in our institution was very chaotic, without any kind of framework or action plan which can tell you in which line you need to go. Now it's time, maybe for us, what we hear, to have a look on it, but not to be so optimistic that this process we can finish very soon, because there are a lot of problems that we need to have in our mind what will be in our way in order to optimize our public administration. If we go and see just some research that were done for the Balkans, there are two elements they mentioned that will be the main obstacles in order to finish this process. The politicization and the socio-economic problems on the country. So we need to have in mind all this process in order to say, okay, guys, we now are ready to go. Then you need to have a very good political will if you want to do the optimization, and you have to have a very huge priority on government agenda for public administration reform. So we might have a lot of projects, we might have a lot of laws, but if these elements are missing, then actually we cannot do nothing. We can find a lot of tools: right sizing, downsizing, upsizing. I mean, when you start the process of optimization, you can have all three elements. I guarantee you that if you go to some institution in my country, if you see and ask them what you think, nobody will say that we need downsizing. The most will say maybe we need upsizing, because still in their mentality is that we need more stuff. So that I'm saying, what we have as well, we have a recommendation as well from Sigma, which say that in our country, I mean, when you think that I can stop, I'll stop, it's not a problem. Yeah, it's up to you. Which will say that you have a duplication of institution in your country. You have, for example, that institutions that have the character of executive character, you put them in the parliament, which is not okay. So that I said that we decided for the next year to go and to actually to do functional review. One more thing. For example, you have the Ministry of Economy, at the same time you have Deputy Prime Minister of the Economy. You have the Directorate for Foreign Investment. On the same time, you have ministries for foreign investment. So all these are problems. Or maybe you have a single institution, an institution which very easy can be a very small sector or unit in different institutions. But this problem is gathering a lot, because till the moment is not anyone took this seriously. So it's time really to do, but not to think that is an easy process.
Okay,
Thank
so we are just at the beginning of the journey, as you said, and so I like your notion in starting communicating with the employees, first with your staff, and explaining and getting them also in the team or in the process, and explaining also the background. I think that's very important. Who would like to continue? So just a view here behind of you. So the colleagues are already making their comments about their tools and measures which were taken in their administrations. And what we see is a word cloud. So the words or the keywords here in the center are mentioned several times. So they become thicker and more central, and if terms are just named one time, so you see them in tiny type. So can you give us an idea about your tools and measures which you are using to right size, downsize, or optimize public administration?
Kao što sam u uvodnom dijelu rekla,
as I said at the introduction, the internal restructuring plan in Montenegro was done without prior reviews, functional organizational reviews. And this is the main cause why we didn't actually implement it. We actually did not achieve the goals that we set back then. Led by such experience, learning from it, hopefully, with the new PAR strategy 2016-2020, we plan a number of activities. The first among these would be to set up an interagency team, that is to give the insight into all relevant factors when trying to right size. What needs to be taken into account when defining the right size of our public administration? It's difficult to set the right number, really, but we do aspire to optimize it as much as possible. The task of this team would be, supported by Sigma, to develop a methodology that would give guidance to all authorities, because we want to go one step down with it. We don't want the team to do the job instead of each institution in the country. They just need to give guidance and methodology. And the whole process would need to evolve step by step, in a stepwise approach. So we will start first with the central government, where each authority would need to develop, to do their internal reviews, come up with their plans, and then with some slightly modified methodology at a later stage, do the same at the local level. Basically, we are aware that without sound reviews and analysis, we will not make any breakthroughs. We are aware that the right size is difficult to pinpoint or even impossible. But the next step, anyway, or the decisive step, is close monitoring, which needs to be good and sound, which needs to take stock. What have we done? Where have we done it? Where further efforts are needed, where there is room for improvement. As Mr. Hick mentioned, we have something similarly in our country. HR planning could greatly help optimize. We've introduced HR planning back in 2013 in legal terms through a law, but in the past 3 years, we haven't seen its full development as we originally intended. So now, realizing this, both through the PAR strategy and the amendments to the civil service law, we tried to fine-tune this tool, impose it for all authorities. So the underpinning idea is still there, but its full implementation lacked. Now we hope we would have it. As Mr. Yahi says, we have annual planning, and it reflects the annual budget planning process. So we are to approve the HR plan in January for the coming year, for that year. So immediately after the adoption of the budget. So no recruitment can be done without what the plan envisages. And the plan needs to be based on evidence and good analysis. Obviously, some people will leave through natural causes, will leave the civil service and will make some room for better planning. And this will help us achieve better optimization.
Mr. Shamori, which instruments or tools would you recommend to other colleagues, so if they are planning to optimize processes, organizational structures, budgets, so what are your best tools in your toolkit?
So considering the analysis, I don't think that analysis is an aim per se. So with the help of institutions, we can achieve the main objective. So first of all, downsizing of the staff, and this analysis will serve as a policy document in order to draft a thorough analysis. And in this context, I would like to mention that we are on the stage of drafting some important documents about the 3 basic laws on public administration, that is law on civil service, law on salaries, and law on the functions of the public administration. We'd focus on the last one, that is the law on the reorganization of public administration, and starting from the cooperation that intends to make some adjustments for the public administration and the executive, and we should be very careful not to infringe the independence of institutions. And the colleagues mentioned also the issue of joint services, I mean, when it comes to financial management. And we are thinking of setting a criteria that these services should not have should have cooperation. So, for instance, small organizations that have a minimum number, let's say, of 50 employees, they should get these services from the mother institutions. Regarding the internal organization, we can say that we are trying to set up some standards of setting up a fundamental unit. Furthermore, if we come back to the analysis, and I'm going to make a correlation of the analysis and also reorganization of the public administration. So one of the main aims is downsizing, but how can we achieve downsizing of the institutions? With the support of Sigma, we had a recommendation that was acceptable, and it was on one of the main recommendations. So what can we do with this, that is, with this central unit of because now we can see that there is an increase of the number of institutions recently, and how we're going to set up this agency in the future, because this agency is part of the concept that I mentioned before. In this context, we think to set up some criteria. But first of all, we should envisage a mechanism, a filter, before we do that. So, and not to base our work on past practices. And in this context, we also intend to empower the cost benefits. And the main reason why institutions function better if they operate like agencies. And I think that so the government is going to adopt all these changes we have proposed. European Commission is clear-cut regarding these issues, and also the deadline to submit the documents is clearly cut, and we cannot. We should be okay with the submission of all the documents to the European Commission, and these documents won't have an impact, direct impact on downsizing, but I think this will lead to right sizing of the staff. Thank you.
You'll get your lunch break, but I have 2 more questions to our colleagues, and then we are opening up for a last round of discussion together with you. So I understood all the external pressure. So you mentioned the financial crisis. You also mentioned international organizations urging to, for example, set up certain positions, certain institutions. So the pressure is there, and you somehow have to downsize in some parts or increase in other parts. My main question is how to keep civil servants or public employees motivated in this process. So if you can figure out you and you are out because we have to downsize. So how can you keep motivation? How can we increase customer satisfaction if the staff is somehow worrying and not knowing what's going to happen next? So open question, again, a difficult question, but I would like to open up. So who would like to give some ideas how to gain this fight for the hearts and for the motivation of your employees in the different administrative institutions? So who is having an idea or a plan for this?
Maybe to start with some statistics. In December 2014, we reduced the number of staff in public administration for 22,000. We reduced salaries and then froze them. and then ban on new recruitment. Highly unpopular measures, really, all of them and each one. But it was productive in the sense of cutting costs, savings, effectuating savings, over 50 million in the last year, I think. But we did not develop a tool by which we would take some of the saving and return it to the civil service as a motivator. We are to be blamed for that, that we say, let's do more with less, but you need more to do more. It's a true fact. You need to invest to gain more. And at times we are not courageous enough to fight for the public support, to reinvest in the system, including the staff and their motivation. Unfortunately, given such high rates of unemployment, this motivation of fear is very efficient. So people are afraid of losing their job. So why invest? Because otherwise the quality of work goes down. And it's by no means a primary thing that you get remuneration as a motivator. People compare each other because they know the salaries of each one of them, and they have their personal perceptions of whether they are well paid compared to what others have, not what I perceive to have, because probably I would be a millionaire if I'm to judge by what I think I should have. I just compare with others who are on more equal footing. That's how people do it. Such comparison works in the public sector. So the question is, why don't we use other instruments other than the remuneration? For instance, public commendation, or someone participating in strategic policy making to say, yes, I sat with the minister when this was being decided, and I know why some things are being done, not only how and by what time. Then you have a further insight. You see the underpinning purpose. That's the motivator as well. Then people own the results, and their own achievements are part of collective achievements, and they have the feeling of being paid fairly compared to others. That's why we have launched the salary system reform, to provide approximately equal pay for approximately equal work, to have this fairness in the system as much as possible. So we lack money to make money the only motivator, and motivating through money is in the short run. The worst thing for an employer is to increase a salary forever, because of the very next month, people start thinking, I got higher salary because of my personal achievements, not as a motivator for future achievements. So we need to use other motivating tools. There is a number, a range of them, but we can discuss them later on. Unfortunately, we don't do that. We lack capacities at the top management level to understand such managerial practices that motivate people.
So you were talking about communication with the staff, involving them, letting them know also the background. So what else does come to your mind in terms of motivating and taking staff with you?
I mean, when we speak about the motivation, I think that and keeping the staff, if we want to keep the staff, because we are talking about the tools. Which are the tools? Which are the best tools to do the optimization as well, but I think that the tools are not so problem, because we can find the tools, they have experience on tools, but after we use the tools, what happened next? What will happen if you, let's say that when you use these tools, it's saying that, for example, in Macedonia you need to cut 20,000, let's say, employees, for example. So what you do with them? Where they will go? Here is the question that we need after to resolve. It's easy if it's come to the situation that okay, it's you need to upsizing. That is very easy. Even right sizing is not so easy. In these circumstances, of course, that you need to have a very good motivated staff. What are the premises for that? First, you need to have a very good, real performance system in your institution. Okay. In order to know exactly, with not taking side, which your employees is good, which has the performance, and which one is not well performed. Okay. The first one. That you need to have a very good career system. You know, I want to say what happened with the system that we have now in Macedonia, and which as well we want for the next PAR strategy to go through it. We have at the moment, I mean, we are not closed, we are very open, so everyone, even from outside, with some certain criteria, can come and get in the public administration. But this creates some problems to us, because, you know, someone that might have not enough experience in public administration come to the administration on the higher level, than someone that you have maybe 7 or 8 years and you have done a lot investment due to some lack of good career system, internal system, they cannot be promoted further. And what we do, then they just, when they see that they don't have a kind of that opportunity to go further, they just go out, if they are good. Because, you know, I just can say that still in Macedonia, but I think even in the country ReSPA members, the public sector is more attractive sector for employment in our countries. You know, because if you have the strong private sector, then the things are different. Because I just want to remember here that one conference that I had in Budapest on the public administration leadership, one lady from Estonia came to me after the break and said, listen, we in Estonia have a very big problem. What is the problem? The problem is that we cannot keep public administration in the public sector because they go for the private sector. So we need to have this in consideration. The salary system as well is, I mean, is not, everyone wants to have a bigger salary. But when you finish, when you do a correct one, which is balanced for everyone, then it's something different. Because even in our institution, we have for the same job, for the same performance, somewhere, someone is paid more, and someone for the same job is paid less.
Okay, so all the things that were important before, like performance management, career system, are getting even more important under this framework of downsizing, right-sizing, and optimizing. So we have to hurry up, so we would like to keep the motivation of our audience. So, but I would like, so any further ideas which were not mentioned concerning motivation? No? Okay. So then I would like to have one, yes.
Ja bih dodala samo jedno, apsolutno.
I would like to add one thing. I would agree with my colleagues. Fair system of salaries that we have implemented in Montenegro since March this year, and we will see what the results will be. And I would like to add also that we all in the neighborhood have the system of appraisal and evaluation of civil servants, but I think these have not been implemented fully, and we have to work on that, and we have to connect the system of appraisal of performance with the system of promotion. And that will help us to do something that we planned for the future, and that is measure of satisfaction, not of the beneficiaries of services, but of civil servants and state employees.
Good. One last question from my side, and then so we are opening up, so then we have 10 more minutes to discuss with you guys in the audience. Leadership was already mentioned in one of your statements, so we need leadership in this process. So does it ring a bell? So what's your reaction if I say leadership is needed in such a process? So what's your inner reaction to this very general saying and requirement?
Well, leadership is necessary in the reforms of public administration. Every reform is a painful process, but we have to go through it. And if you are doing it, you have to know why. So the key thing to be done is to see what are the results that we expect. It's not about downsizing. It's about improvement of the quality of services that we can afford. Frequently, the idea is reduced on downsizing. So if we were in this room would not cost anything, but ReSPA spent some money to bring us into this room to discuss this issue. And the issue of leadership is the key question, key issue. However, it is very frequently identified with the situation in the private sector, like with companies. You have companies that collapse, and then you have a substitute. But in the public sector, you don't have a substitute. It's very difficult to do experiments in the public sector. There's nobody who can fill in your place. Because, you know, if you do an experiment in the public administration, the reactions are frequently, the consequences are frequently sometimes damages that you cannot remedy. Because we have to take over many segments of the private sector from companies, from industries, but at the same time, we have to be extremely cautious in everything that we do. That is one of my messages.
To you, so what's the role of management or leadership in this kind of process?
Sorry, I can't listen anything. Someone is speaking, but we cannot listen. Sorry. The microphone, maybe he has to keep it closer. Thank you. So I'll try that very briefly to present the commitments of the government of Republic of Kosovo in meeting the process, specifically focused on optimization. We, as a ministry, in the process of reform, are committed to it, but at the same time, we do have the key decisions that are still taken through the Council of Ministers. On the other hand, I even previously mentioned about the analysis of the concepts. There are 3 ministers from the government of Kosovo, the Ministry of Public Administration, of European Integration and Finances, that are committed to the European Commission that all the activities will be carried out in a certain time limit that they have agreed before. So the idea is that they have undertaken some commitments for as a leadership for meeting the agenda of the reform in the public administration. All these 3 ministers are committed to this.
Open up the discussion, and so you heard already the statements of our colleagues, of our experts, of the practitioners, but we would like also to give you a floor and perhaps to express your ideas, your concerns, your worries about this concept of optimizing public administration in the Western Balkans.
Hello, thank you. My name is Milena Lazarevic, and I come from a think tank based in Belgrade, European Policy Center. And my question relates to how the public can be involved and how the public can be motivated or included to monitor the processes of right-sizing the public administration. How would you describe the interest of the civil society and of the public to be involved and to be informed about these processes, and what are the tools that maybe some of the governments have implemented or that you think could be implemented to ensure some sort of an inclusive or open or participatory process when it comes to these issues, which are on the first look very technical, very maybe internal to the administration, but they also are highly relevant to the citizens because they basically are related to how the taxpayers' money is spent. Thank you.
Okay, perhaps we can collect a couple of questions. So the first question, how to involve and what's the role of civil society in such processes? Further questions, and then we are giving the questions back to our panelists. So we have a gentleman over here. Hello.
Stevo Muk, Institut Alternativa, nevladine organizacije iz Podgorice.
Stevo Muk, Alternative Institute, NGO from Podgorica. We work on the reform of public administration, among other things. My question is for Mr. Marovic from Serbia. You said a very specific thing for which you claim that it is a concrete and significant success in this field. You said that 25,000 people actually are not employed anymore in the public sector. And my question is the following. What is the destiny of these people? And how you identify these people and how they actually left public administration and not some other people? And the question is, what happened to their jobs today? Are their jobs done by some other people today, or are these jobs done in a better way? And does the public administration feel that these people left their jobs, the jobs that they used to cover? And in the end, how is this reflected on the quality of the services that public institutions where they worked provided to citizens and to people?
To Mr. Marovic, perhaps one further question. So here you are. Okay.
Thank you, Natasha Acevska, NALAS, Network of Associations of Local Authorities of Southeast Europe. My question is related to the public administration at local level, and is there some specific element, factors in the process for their optimization? What are the states doing, how they are addressing it, and what's the progress? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So who would like to start with the civil society involvement? So you have a microphone there, so I'll give it back to our colleagues here.
I think that on the first question, I will just take example from Macedonia on the system of, we call RIA, Regulatory Impact Assessment, which is the process developed very well, and on the process of consultation, especially when we do or we start the process of drafting the legislation in our country. Is the process that goes online, is the process that everyone can give a suggestion, comments, and even institution after is obliged when the process is going further to explain to the NGOs of different stakeholders in order that why these suggestions were not accepted, or if these suggestions were accepted as well, why they were accepted. At the same time, I just wanted to say that we just started the process of the drafting a new strategy on public administration reform, and I can say maybe I saw even some from NGOs from Macedonia here in this conference, that pretty much we invited everyone from outside, if I can say outside of public administration, to come to participate and to give the ideas on what next we should do. We pretty much appreciated their views, their proposals, because of the experience as well. As well, we think sometimes that some ideas from the private sector, which can come to the public administration, are welcomed due to some really, short procedure or cut procedure that is functioning there.
Okay, good. I think an important aspect and factor in improving quality to also establish this feedback channel, and also to use the intelligence of the crowd, of the citizens, to improve all these strategies. Mr. Marovic, you had a direct question concerning activities in Serbia.
Yes, right. I will just give a brief overview and brief answer, to the first question. You have to ask citizens as frequently as you can about what they really want, and new technologies make it possible more than ever. I don't think we do it frequently enough, to be honest. But we have to be aware that it would help us to get solutions and to find out what we really should do. I mean, nobody would like to get outsourcing of the ambulance service and urgent medical care. So nobody would really suggest that. When it is important, people really count on the public sector. That's what I want to say. When their life depends on it, they count on the public sector and they don't think of outsourcing. So I think our citizens should be asked. They are rational. They are objective, and we should create as many challenges as possible to hear their voice. As for the second question, we adopted a law on how to set the maximum number, so the legal form of the process was regulated, and we grouped all institutions into the portfolios of the ministries that develop public policy in certain areas, and we came to the situation where there are, for example, 7,000 of organizational forms, like in education sector, and they are within the portfolio of the Ministry of Education. And each of them has to propose the target value, so the maximum number, and then our Ministry of Finance, our ministry, and the General Secretariat of the government participate in all of that. So the result is that we need to set the maximum number for each of the segments in each of the portfolio. And then right sizing was done depending on what is the organizational form and portfolio there. There is the collective agreement and the provisions on the redundancies, so they were obliged to follow that. And the trade unions were involved in that way. And this is a result, this reduction, this downsizing is a result of using all the instruments and tools like retirement and every other form. Each of the tools contributed equally. So if persons lost their jobs due to this process of right-sizing or downsizing, their jobs were closed later on. And then new rule books on systematization were adopted, and inspections controlled all of this. Budget inspection, public administration inspection, etc. Certainly there were mistakes, but there are control mechanisms to deal with that. I have to say that we currently have not felt neither positive nor negative effects on the services that are provided to citizens. But we expect that through the program of optimization that will be based on the functional analysis that we undertook with the support of the World Bank and support of the European Commission. So we all expect to create new structures and new business processes so that we can ensure better quality with optimized number of employees in public administration. As for the situation in these institutions, I don't know if you know about the organizational curve of the organizational change. If not, just search it in the internet. It is the reverse Gauss curve. We are now on the peak or the bottom of the valley of despair, I would say. But the new ways of work started producing results, and everybody can see that now, and they understand how useful this approach has been. So the things have become more efficient now, and they will be done even more efficient in the future. Još jedno pitanje. I još jedno poslije toga i nakon toga sumiramo. Znači, o lokalnim upravama pitanje. Ko će da odgovori na to pitanje? I mentioned the local government in one of my presentations, and I said that what Montenegro did in that field is that it was seen that the poorest achievement of the goal is the downsizing, and basically that it was done in the poorest way on the local government level. And the fact is basically that they employed even more people on the local level. We tried to do something with some success. And then we introduced the law on salaries in the public sector, which has been in implementation since March this year. And this law covered also local governments. We had a very absurd situation. We had the local government unit which has had debts and employees there having higher salary than the salaries in public administration or state administration. And then the government of Montenegro was asked to help these municipalities to reprogram their debts and to issue guarantees. So that was strange, and we started working on that. And we also plan to use this functional analysis and right-sizing analysis, and we will do that after the state administration. We will do that in local administration. We will see what will the results be. I would like to say that it is probably the most serious segment of the optimization, because the local governments have their autonomy, as we know. I would like also to underline something that Montenegro is faced with. I don't want to open a discussion about this, but I just want to mention one segment of our new strategy is to have organizations that exercise public authorities, and that's where we are faced with serious challenges. But I think that in the future we will be able to open some space to discuss optimization of employees in that segment as well.
A last very short question and also a brief answer from your side, and then I have the last say. So is it working?
I don't know.
Yes.
Okay.
We hear you.
Another question for the Serbia, actually. How many people did you put into the cart from these 25,000 persons that you have cut it off from public administration? How many cases? Do you have statistics? Statistics, yeah.
So, Marit, can you shortly reflect statistics on the numbers? So that's referring to the complaints, or?
Yes, about complaints, 25%.
As I said, at least one third of right sizing was achieved through retirement. One third through right sizing as a process established by the law on the manner in which the maximum number of employees is going to be set, and one third to other means. So when we are talking about the number of administrative complaints, it can refer to that third, let's say third, that was achieved through targeted right sizing. And I don't have the data with me, but we have the data in how many cases administrative inspectorate or labor inspectorate have looked into complaints. So yes, in the system, that data exists. Okay. I'm sure that colleagues that are present here have the data with me from the Serbian delegation. Maybe we can share that.
Yes, and we can use the lunch break for clarifying that. So I'm sorry to be strict on this, but I would like to sum up, and I would like to give a very last question to our panelists here, and that is reflecting the role of ReSPA. And in your study, you already made some recommendations how ReSPA can facilitate and support this learning process, and perhaps everyone just can state one sentence or at least two sentences. So what do you see in this sharing of experiences and also reflecting on best practices, but perhaps also on not so good practices? How can ReSPA support you and also civil servants in the region? Perhaps one or two sentences on that.
So regarding ReSPA study and also the panel discussions, my opinion is that all these and also for all these ReSPA's role is really important for all the countries that are undergoing through the same processes.
Padu.
2 words, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. The first good thing is that ReSPA opens this discussion. It's for first time. I mean, we don't have this discussion even in our country, I think. The second thing is that ReSPA collected information from our countries, and now we actually have a report for that, what is going on. The third and most important will be that ReSPA need to be side by side with our public administration to support, to go further with this process.
Okay, thank you. So let's try to stick to 2 sentences. Ms. Ranitovic?
Ja bih se složila.
I would like to agree with Mr. Yahia with what he said, and I would like to add that in the future, RESPA should also be the place where we will exchange our experience and particularly the lessons learned. I think that is extremely important. RESPA can help us in that, so that we don't talk only about the good things that we accomplish, but that we learn even from mistakes and from some poor experience of other countries or other colleagues, those who are very advanced in the process, so that we can avoid some things in the future.
Damarovic, your 2 wishes to RESPA?
Just to use instruments that are already there, knowledge management, networking, peer-to-peer cooperation.
Okay.
Znači, RESPA može dati
RESPA can give a good impetus for the reform of public administration. I agree with my colleague that we can learn more from bad practices than from good practices, and unfortunately, there is not a large number of good practices.
Kur je e fundit detyrohesh të përsëritësh të tjerët.
When you are the last one, you then are forced to reiterate things. I completely agree with the colleagues from Montenegro and Macedonia. Is what RESPA can do is to facilitate sharing of experience, and especially the part of lessons learned from the failures. So I don't want to reiterate what others said. Thank you.
Don't want to summarize all the discussion because so there were so many insights, good ideas, recommendations and experiences. I would like to thank you together with the audience for your contribution to this discussion. Also for your openness to share some things which perhaps are a little bit difficult, so we also appreciate that. And thank you to the audience, and I would like to invite you all to show you the way to the lunch break right now. And we are meeting at 2:30 back in here for further discussions and exchanges. Thank you, and enjoy your meal.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think we can start now after this very extensive lunch break. Thank you for your devotion to these afternoon sessions. Hopefully the lunch will not disturb and that we will keep your interest to the highest extent. We did have a really fruitful discussion during the round table, thanks to our credible guests and speakers, and also our moderator Stefan Friedrichs, with whom we have cooperated for quite a long. And sometimes we don't want to change the secret ingredients in our success stories, including the previous one. This round table revealed the key challenges that currently stand in the way of optimally organized public administration, and we have actually faced numerous questions that more or less left the focus on right sizing, on optimization, and other key areas. And within this particular session, we will also broaden up our horizon by introducing the worldwide experiences in the subject deriving from UNDESA, United Nations Development Programme, OECD, Sigma, and also other countries such as Georgia and UNDP program that is being focused there. At the very beginning, I'm also very glad to share that among us and you as our credible guests, we have also representatives from Weber Project that is composed of civil society organization and think tanks, NALAS Association, and also academia and journalists. So we are really happy that this audience, you, our credible guests, are composed of these different stakeholders, very important to all processes, including optimization as such, and we do hope that jointly we will be having a follow-up activities. My colleague, Mr. Wolfgang Kolb, who will be jointly moderating this session with me, is currently a senior lecturer at the European Institute of Public Administration, EIPA, in Maastricht. He has advisory roles, and also he has been working a lot in the Western Balkans, so maybe some of you already know him, since he has been involved in EU accession process and worked since 1996 in the EU enlargement, among others as a deputy head of the EU office in Kosovo.
Yes. Thank you very much, Goran. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for me to be able to be here to represent the European Institute of Public Administration at this conference. You know that EIPA and ReSPA share quite a bit of common history, because it was in, I think it was in 2008 that the European Commission mandated EIPA to help to set up ReSPA here as a regional school of public administration training institution. And well, my own personal experience with EIPA goes even back farther. It goes back to the time when I was working in what was then DG Enlargement, 2004-2005, when ReSPA existed just as a vague concept, and I followed the intense discussion in the Commission also with the beneficiaries. And I remember the big question at that time was, well, the question, who should host ReSPA? Which country should host ReSPA? Now, we know the result. I think it was also a very good choice. And now, if we look back, well, ReSPA celebrated its 5th anniversary last year. I think ReSPA exceeded all our expectations, because it has not only become a top quality school for civil servants from the region, but it has also become the hub of a network of civil servants from the region who come together, who exchange good practice, who communicate each other and discuss. So, yes, I said ReSPA celebrated its 5th anniversary last year. My institute, EIPA, last week we celebrated our 35th anniversary, and to this occasion we had a conference in Maastricht where we're situated, where also your director, Ms. Sekulovic, was present, and there we discussed some of the current challenges for public administration, and I see the discussion we had there are very close to the discussion here, so this also part of building up this common administrative space, that we have the same discussion in the EU here, so that we share the challenges, and so I will be very pleased also to listen to you, to the panelists, to the public, and to get your ideas, your input. Thank you.
Thank you, Wolfgang. The idea is to have one presentation after another. We will be leaving you a few questions after each. And The entire segment will last up to 4:15, 4:30. Don't be afraid, the buses will be waiting for us. So even if we extend the time slots foreseen in the program, it will not be a technical problem for us. We will begin with a video message coming from Mr. Rolf Alter, who is our friend and who is currently engaged in parallel in the event at the OECD in Paris. And for that reason, he nor his colleagues could have joined with us. Mr. Rolf Alter is Director of Public Governance and Territorial Development of the OECD, and he has joined the OECD in 1991. So he's responsible for public governance program for inclusive growth, which covers institutional reform, innovation, open government, integrity, result-oriented budgeting, regulatory policy, and the economics of regions and cities. Now we can put on the film.
looking at ways to make it more comparable. And that, of course, means that when you look at results from different countries, they have to be built on similar indicators, similar methodologies. That's what we have been trying and will open government. It's very important that data which reflect the state of affairs in the civil service are accessible, because that also means not only that citizens know about it, but they will also be in a position to much better understand why these cuts, why compensations, changes, why all those are having an impact on what they get from the government through public services. So I will conclude here by saying we would like to continue to work on the subject with you, with everybody who is interested, and I think we will need to make a contribution to a fresh look at what changes in the civil service actually mean for both internal organization, management decision, but also for service delivery, public service delivery, quality of these deliveries, and finally, very important in the current uncertain economic and social environment, what it means for the citizens' trust in government. Thank you very much.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we heard the message of Mr. Rolf Alter, and his message seemed to confirm certain common assumptions that when public administrations are confronted with the imperative of making savings, then the default answer most of the time seems to be, okay, we just cut the number of staff, we cut salaries. And this, as Mr. Alter mentioned, leads to negative consequences. Lack of trust of citizens and worsening of the quality of service delivery. Now, Mr. Alter also proposed some possible countermeasures, like, for example, engaging the remaining civil servants more. Well, to be honest, for me, this sounds a little bit counterintuitive, because, okay, if a civil servant has to work more because he has to do the work of other colleagues who have been dismissed and he gets less money for it, then the idea that he would be motivated to make more effort, you could discuss this. Now, I think it will be very interesting to hear the thoughts of our next speaker on this. Next speaker is Mr. Kaido Parbusk from Sigma, the OECD. Kaido, you have a very long CV, and if I now would read out all your merits, that would probably eat up half of your talking time. So I limit myself to some very key points. So you have, among others, been the director of the Estonian Institute for Public Administration. Before joining Sigma, you headed the Public Administration and Civil Service Department at the Ministry of Finance in Estonia, and you were in charge of drafting the Civil Service Act. But you also have a good understanding and experience of the region, because I understand you have been managing an IPA project here in Montenegro for civil service law. So, Kaido, the question is basically, well, we understand that when we speak about optimization, we can't do it without right sizing, but is the right sizing really more than just a euphemism, as one of the panelists this morning said, for downsizing, or is there more to it? Maybe you can enlighten us on this, Kaido. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
And thank you, Chair, for your kind words and about my long career. Maybe I just changed my jobs too often. But it's really nice to be back in Podgorica. As Chair mentioned, I've been living here for a year, and it's always nice to come back here. I'm going to talk a little bit about how we in Sigma understand the optimization reforms and what kind of observations have we've done in this area. First, I will try to conceptualize the optimization reforms and then talk a little bit about our main product in Sigma, which is Principles of Public Administration, and also on a little bit about the baseline assessment we carried out based on these principles last year, and then conclude things up. Yeah, as we heard today in different discussions, there are several terms in use. If we talk about optimization, we talk interchangeably about right sizing, re-engineering, structural reform, and I think the problem here is that actually there is no agreed definition of optimization, and of course for us public administration professional, if we talk about right sizing or optimization, we would like to take it much wider and longer view and conceptualize it through improving coordination mechanism, quality of services, enhancing performance, and talk even about efficient use of resources. But then if we look how politicians or general public understands about these issues, then it still boils down to cutting down costs or reducing number of employees. The language we use, this is not a language politicians can use in communicating with the people. And that's why I think that in most of the cases when we use or hear in public debate words like optimization and right sizing, we still talk about cutting down costs, especially after the recessions that started a few years ago. Actually, now it's almost 10 years ago. So, and actually, it's you know, from political side of view, it is completely legitimate kind of claim from politicians to talk in these terms. And then for us as civil servants, the issue becomes that what should we do about it? We can't set the political agenda, so can we control or how could we influence a reform agenda? Then, you know, if it's a more step of incremental change that initiated by a sitting government, then we can, as civil servants, can influence reform content. But quite often these reforms are initiated during elections and through political slogans. In these cases, we can't influence the content from the beginning, but we can maybe furnish the content during the process. However, in both cases, we as civil servants, we need really good arguments to be a good partner for the politicians, and the arguments in these occasions mean actually data. So I made a huge simplification of forms of optimization and put them in two extremes. For public administration professionals, we would like to see optimization as an informed decision when we have a well-prepared and analytically backed up reform package which is driven top-down. But the reality is in most cases much more different, and due to crisis or political slogans or whatever, we quite often end up in another extreme when this optimization decision is done through uninformed decision. But even if the decision is informed, there are still lots of risks involved, and actually actually the end result can be same as with uninformed decisions, so that these optimization reforms fail or they have unwanted consequences. Never matter how much information or how good analysis we have done. So good data is very important, but this is not sufficient. Effective optimization reforms also need very good prioritization based on this data. This is quite often a big problem that this optimization or restructuring plans, a couple of hundreds pages documents, very detailed, covering all possible areas, and usually it collapses just under its own weight. So you have to be really careful what do you put in these reform plans and how do you sequence your activities. So quite often there are no resources planned, neither macro or micro level. So coordination units responsible for implementing such reform are weak or don't have necessary tools, or people at the micro level don't understand the reforms or are not equipped for this. This is also a problem quite often. Effective project management and coordination mechanisms are not always in place, and that's a cause of failure as well. And I think last but not definitely the least, often managers who have to carry out the reforms in the organizations, they don't have necessary competencies, or even if they have competencies, they don't have flexibilities carrying out the reforms. This is one thing that Sigma has also noticed in Western Balkan areas, that these kind of restructuring reforms, they are very rigid, planned down to the very low level in organizations, and this doesn't end well in all cases. And of course, in addition to all these technical things, you also need to have a favorable political ecosystem in place, but we can't control that. So now I'm moving on to our main product in Sigma, which is Principles of Public Administration. How many of you know what it is, what I'm talking about? Principles of Public Administration. Can you raise your hands? So I think at least half of the people have heard about it. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time to go into detail. As you see, this is a quite complex set of principles. So we have 6 key areas. There are 19 key requirements and 49 principles. And in addition to that, we have sub-principles and methodology. And these principles are basically the Bible for Sigma. This is how we have structured public administration and how we evaluate the administrations in different countries, and we base our suggestions and recommendations on these principles. And yeah, these are the 6 areas the principles cover. You can find the principles in Sigma website, so if you're interested, it's quite a long document. But if you're talking about optimization, then actually, this optimization is a horizontal area. It goes through all these 6 different areas covered by our principles, but some of the areas are still, dealing with optimization more than others, like public service and human resources management is one of the critical fields for optimization reforms. Also accountability. Under accountability area in our principles, we also have administrative structure and managerial accountability and performance delegation. So this is also very closely related to optimization. Then, of course, you can't optimize anything without going into public financial management. And we need managerial information for these reforms. And then, of course, a strategic framework for public administration reform being itself a horizontal area also is very closely linked to optimization. So, based on these principles, we carried out a baseline assessment last year. We meaning Sigma, because I wasn't part of Sigma last year yet. And we are assessing all these 6 areas in all accession countries, and collect data and make our recommendations based on the data. And when we've been analyzing the first assessment that was done last year, we figured out there are actually huge data gaps that we needed for our assessment. And as you can see from this graph, these are these 6 areas in different columns. Almost in all areas, half of the data are somewhat missing, and systematic problems is in, for almost quarter of the data. So, and then if we look the data gaps by different areas, then we can see that one of the most problematic areas is public sector and human resources management. Where in 9 different indicators we missed the data, and then this is the area where actually most of the data should come from. From this we have concluded that good quality data and analysis is a serious precondition for optimization, although it's not sufficient, as I said earlier. But at the same time, current data sets in the Western Balkan area are very limited. It's limited in terms of level of detail, so we don't have all the different kind of parts. We can't analyze all the different parts we would like to analyze in our assessment framework. But at the same time, they are also not covering the whole spectrum of public sector. In fact, our baseline assessment mostly dealt with civil service or public service, and if we think that even in this small part of public sector, which is usually around 1/5 of the total public sector, we have serious data gaps. It's very likely that data gaps are even larger in rest of the public sector, which is almost 4/5 of the public sector. So we are really concerned about the data quality and the availability, and that's why we are quite pessimistic if actually the informed reforms of optimizations are possible in the area, so that there have to be serious investments done in data collection and analysis to actually be able to make informed decisions in optimization reforms. So this was briefly our observations in Sigma. Thank you. And if you want to know more about the principles and the baseline assessments, so they're all available in Sigma Web, and all country assessments are also available on this website. And then next year we are going to carry out another assessment. So at the beginning of or first part of next year, there will be a new one, and then we will learn if there has been any improvement in the data availability. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaido. Before you leave the floor, I wish to thank you for elaborating how Sigma understands the process of optimization, and also emphasizing on the methodologies that you used so far in the baseline measurement. We have time only for 1 or 2 questions from the audience. In case you would be interested, please raise your hand and then we can continue. If not, I will just post a quick question. You have many times repeated that within data gaps you identify that data availability and quality are of utmost importance, and you also underline that there is a need for quite big investments in case we would expect to contribute to the optimization. If you would prioritize among 6 areas that you work in, which ones would you take as the most important? Would those ones that show the biggest systematic gap or some others? Which you think would show the biggest contribution, added value, and maybe can be treated as a quick win?
I don't know, maybe it's because for most of my career I've been working in HRM area, but I don't think you can make any serious reforms of optimization without having proper HR data. I think financial management area is already covered quite well in most countries, and even if there were data gaps on the graph seen, this is because actually there are more indicators for this area. But I think this is a really serious sign of concern that in HR area actually the data gaps are quite large. And if you go and look at the measurement reports from last year, we have this data collection tables there, and then if you look at the HRM areas, it's quite often you see this not available sign, and even for very kind of elementary or kind of basic data, like so today I think several times there was mentioned salary reform and how is it related to optimization, but I don't think any country last year had, for instance, comparable data. What is the salary level of people with a higher education in labor market? So you could compare it to the salary levels of civil servants, which usually have higher education. So if you're even missing these types of basic data, then it's really, I doubt if you can make very informed decisions. And yes, there are many these types of examples where actually there are no data, and then it's really difficult to tell if things are good or bad, or if they are moving in a right or wrong direction. So I think you have to start investing from there and move on from there.
Thank you, Kaido. ReSPA is really intensifying cooperation with Sigma, and we would be really trying to foster contribution in particular to this area of data quality, which is also being foreseen in our follow-up activities. We would also now like to invite the next speaker, Mr. Levan Samadshvili, who is coming from the UNDP project on supporting public administration reform in Georgia. He is not with us by accident. We are actually intensifying collaboration with related and respected international organizations, and UNDP program is one of them. Mr. Levan has previously worked at the Public Service Development Agency of Georgia, so he has actually dual experience, both working in public sector and also in international sector. He is also working at the Georgian Institute of Public Affairs in the capacity of Vice Rector. Levan, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. This is my pleasure to be here for the first time at the ReSPA conference. And during the next about 10 minutes, I'll try to, at the one hand, tell you a little bit of the reforms that has been going on in Georgia, and on the other hand, to tell you what has been UNDP's response to different contexts and to different challenges, because I guess the biggest challenge of, on the other hand, of the international organizations seems to be context-bound, and to not talk about what's right and wrong in general in life, but to actually be very targeted on what's the actual context. Georgia has joined UN in '92, and UNDP was established in '93, and so now it's about over 25 years that UNDP is working in Georgia in 4 main areas. But the important point here that I want to make is that I've structured like 3 phases or 3 waves of public administration story. I can't tell reform because what was going on in the 90s, it was not reform, but it was just what it was, nothing. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, Georgia regained its independence, and none of you probably can believe what was going on there. I'm putting here like avoidance of taxes, which sounds nice, but the reality was that after the sunset, you couldn't go out in the street. So it's more than the avoidance of taxes and other corruption and that kind of things. But it was basically not a country. What we usually as we usually refer to it. Obviously, UNDP's response at that time was also very modest, and it was about gradually helping build state institutions and legislation, but overall, country's performance was absolutely bad. The major transition started in 2003 when the new government came in power, and they had a clear mandate from the population, and also they demonstrated a commitment to genuine change. And at that time, with that context of having public administration basically system not functioning, and the employees were getting like, I don't know, $50 per month, and sometimes, you know, countries have illusions that you can have $50 per month for employees, and you're talking about systemic reforms and about anti-corruption measures and things like that. So the key point there was to be realistic about what there was on the ground, and to start the reform from the scratch and to have a comprehensive approach. UNDP agreed to a very unpopular move, which is the salary top-ups for the civil servants. Obviously, this is not a general recommendation because we all know that salary top-ups can, you know, in most of the cases, be not a very good idea. But in the case of Georgia, it was a different context. First of all, the government clearly showed commitment by downsizing, not right-sizing, but clearly cutting down by some organizations by 50% staff. A lot of organizations have been abolished. And the idea was that, for example, anti-corruption agency and monopoly agencies that were in place before were just abolished, because the idea was that if it's basically the will of the government, either you allow corruption or you don't. An anti-corruption agency was another bureaucracy that was adding, you know, it's part of the corruption to the system. So basically that period, starting from 2003 and onwards, was basically about setting up a new public administration system. An important point was that at that time, which was very much a transitional period, it was all about making everything very liberal and very decentralized. One of the biggest changes was that private-like agencies were created to deliver government services, and this made a big difference between ministries and such agencies, because ministries were reforming the policy only, but the actual work in terms of the service provision was done by agencies, which were more like a private-like entities, as I mentioned, and they were not civil servants. You know, they could have different revenues. For example, their budgets would carry over from one year to another. So it was a completely different view of what can happen with the public administration system. The recruitments and dismissals were made very easy, because the idea was to have a very swift and very quickly functioning and decision-making system, so that, you know, things could move like very quickly. In this transitional period, there were a lot of positive things that happened. For example, Georgia is, in terms of ICT, public sector innovation, delivering government services, crime prevention, and on many other aspects, is definitely one of the best examples, especially how quickly these things have happened. And as we speak about transitional period, it is probably important to mention that during the transition, we have to be very, very quick, because the whole idea is to not get stuck in the transition, because if we're there forever, then it means that we're not transitioning anywhere. We're just there, probably moving backwards. And so that kind of very liberal approach was probably justified during the transitional period. Also, just one example, let's say, you know, a field of migration. I even remember one of our higher officials was saying that every single person who will come in Georgia will at least drink a cup of tea, and it'll be better for our economy. And the idea was that, you know, basically everyone could travel to Georgia visa-free. and the regime, visa regime has been liberalized, drastically starting from 2004 and 2005. So it was all about that, and the organizations, the government organizations, at some point were competing like in the private sector. UNDP's response, as I said, on the one hand, was the salary top-ups in the beginning, and because there was just empty budget basically in the beginning of the 2000s, and on the other hand, there was the establishment of an capacity development fund, which was basically about on-demand consultancies. And the first things that UNDP did for the government was to hire tax experts and also to reschedule the foreign debt. And in the end, after about 6 months or so, the government started to administer taxes normally and to actually be able to pay to the government employees on their own. So with the clear exit strategy, I guess salary top-ups were not that crazy of an idea in the case of Georgia. However, nowadays, after these reforms, there's a bit of a different context and different challenges, because it was so much liberalized everything, and because the system was not unified and the standards were not unified. The organizations, as I mentioned, were more or less functioning in a very free environment. And just like in the private sector, some companies survive and some don't, and some do really well and some don't do that well. Also in Georgia, we are facing now the situation where we have agencies that are very, extremely successful, but on the other hand, there are agencies that are, doing absolutely not well. Because of that, our reform is now entering into a new phase, and now we're starting to build a different system of civil service, where it's actually the service where we actually can call it a civil service, because earlier on, basically, it was just a contracts-based, very short-term contracts, and also, one of the ideas was that people who work in the government sector must be very dynamic and motivated to do things, because also from my experience, I'm not going to name the countries, but I've seen systems where the biggest thing that people want to achieve is to do nothing, because if they do nothing, they are so well protected that they can never be fired, and that's the primary motivation sometimes. But obviously, when we had to go through a transitional period and we wanted to achieve a lot of things in a very short time, we didn't want such motivation to be among the people, and what we really wanted is that everyone was under pressure to actually deliver, and the mistakes were okay. The important things were to deliver. And now it's, as I'm saying, a different situation, because we can lose now something if we don't institutionalize our achievements. And in this context, so we're trying to build a civil service, a career civil service, also based on the Sigma principles that were briefly presented. There have been a lot of efforts now to employ standards in service delivery or in civil service reform, so that there are concrete criteria. Also, the functional institution analysis that have been mentioned several times today is another very important area, and appraisals and all these things that have been not there. Now it's coming into play, so that we are more going to look like a European public administration model, I guess, in the future. One thing that I also wanted to say, that when we're talking about optimization, in our context, optimization was, and probably the first thing that comes into my mind, it's not about right sizing, it's about process optimization. And for me, public administration basically rests about different kinds of services that either institutions exchange among each other, or it's government to businesses, or it's government to people, and vice versa. So when we're talking about reforms from Georgia's experience, it's basically public administration optimization. It's a process optimization. The process optimization means that we are doing innovations. It means that we are employing ICT very heavily into our processes. It means that we're doing functional analysis, as it was mentioned before, and we're trying to outsource as much as possible. And whatever then is left is the right size of your public administration, I guess. But obviously, I think that optimization does not necessarily, the size of the public administration is not the purpose itself. But I guess that's the end result of the reforms, that whatever you end up with, you have to probably, live with it. So this, very briefly, and if you're curious of some area-specific information, I'll be very happy to discuss with you. And the very end point is that, again, the context is the most important thing. And when we're talking about reforms or support from different organizations, we have to always keep in mind that in different contexts, different things might work. And Georgia is I think, a very good example of that. That some things didn't work somewhere, has worked very well in Georgia, and has helped achieve notable success in very many areas. So thanks a lot. I tried to be very short and quick, and I hope it was not too boring. So I'll be waiting for the questions if you have some. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Levan. I can reassure you, intervention was not at all boring. In fact, I think Georgia the experience from Georgia is very interesting, because Georgia is famous and renowned as a country who took a radical approach to public administration reform or transformation. By the way, as Estonia also, because when I was in university more than 20 years ago, Estonia was always presented to us as a case study of a country who really took a radical approach to public administration reform, and with some success, as we know. Now, that doesn't mean necessarily that the experience from Georgia or Estonia can be, let's say, used or can be transferred to the Western Balkans, because all the countries are different. These times, we avoid even speaking of best practices, because what is best practices in one country is not necessarily a best practice in another. And what I also found very interesting was when you mentioned salary top-ups. Obviously, this is something which is very popular among beneficiaries. When I was at the Commission, we very often were asked, well, why can't you spend your money a little bit on topping up our salaries? Because what's the point making all these projects if you're still civil servants who have survived on 300 euros and who have secondary jobs? But the Commission always refused to go down that road. Now, having said this might change, because, as you know, under the instrument of pre-accession, we're using more and more towards sector budget support, where this is in principle an option. But this would be the subject of another discussion and another conference here. I'm also pleased that I heard one word from you, which I did not hear before during this conference, unless it was during the time I fall asleep. This was the word innovation. And I was wondering why the word innovation was not mentioned during this conference. I was wondering, well, is not innovation perceived as a natural ally of optimization, or is it perceived as a really different concept? So this may be just as to launch the discussion, because I would like to open the floor also to ask some questions to Levan. Any questions or remarks to Levan's presentation? Come on. No? Okay, then I can say thank you very much, Levan, for your presentation. And then it's my big pleasure to announce our next speaker for today, which is Dr. John Mary Corsia. He is the participant to this conference who probably has traveled the farthest, because he's coming from the UN in New York. He is Chief of the Public Administration Capacity Branch in the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs. And, well, he also has quite a number of merits in his CV, which I won't read out, just maybe to say here that you were awarded in 2014, Mr. Kauziat, with the Dwivedi Award for outstanding contribution to public administration and public policy. And yes, we would very much like to hear your point of view to the subject, to the issue of optimization from the UN points of view. Mr. Kauziat, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to be here, and I thank very much ReSPA for inviting UNDESA to participate in this important conference. I decided to reformulate the subject, what I'm going to talk about, to make sure that we don't discuss optimizing public administration without thinking of the objective. Why? Why should we optimize public administration? In the case of the United Nations, and that means in the case of the whole world, 193 member states of the United Nations, the current reason, the only current reason why public administration should be made to perform is to support the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. That's why I formulated my presentation to you like this. I hope that is okay. Somehow I can't make this thing move forward. A little bit of history to put it in context. There is a United Nations Public Administration Program which started way back in 1948, and it is still relevant for two reasons. One, in 1948, the program was started in order to support the reconstruction of countries that has suffered the impact of world wars. It goes to emphasize what I'm saying, that public administration should be reformed, reconstructed, transformed, optimized, whatever word you want to use, for a purpose. At that time, the purpose was to support the reconstruction of countries that had been destroyed by world wars. Currently, or rather ever since, there had been a lot of reasons why public administration attracted attention, including decolonization. Countries which had started clamoring for independence, they wanted political power, but they didn't have the capacity to govern their development process. So the program was started to support these governments to manage their development. Now today, after 15 years of implementing the Millennium Development Goals, we have got the 17 development goals which are going to guide the development efforts of all countries for the next 15 years. And there is yet another reason to make sure that public administration becomes a very sharp instrument for state action. There is a side, if I can talk a little bit conceptually, there is a side of public administration which understands it as an instrument of state action. In other words, when a government is struggling to optimize its public administration, it's because it wants to achieve something. And today, as I said, that something is to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So I asked the question, what is relevant today? Is it to optimize or transform? I think in the context of the countries that of this region, probably optimization is more relevant than transformation. But then I was invited to talk about what I have seen elsewhere. And what I have seen elsewhere in many developing countries, optimization, the activities that were linked to optimizing public administration were in general way a stumbling block to the achievement of the Millennium Development Goals, precisely because there were two things running in contradiction. On one hand, you had the United Nations, which had said for the next 15 years, countries must struggle to achieve the 8 Millennium Development Goals, like eliminating poverty, universal primary education, health, and all these goals as you knew them. But then on the other, you had got other institutions and countries saying we have got to reduce government expenditure, and consequently cutting down on teachers, cutting down on health workers. So you wanted to achieve universal primary education by stopping the recruitment of teachers and retrenching others. These were contradictory things because the two goals were set at different times. And so you had these optimization measures really becoming stumbling blocks in the way of pursuing the achievement of the Millennium Development Goals. I think this time there is a need to find a way of making sure that the two move in the same direction. The pursuit of sustainable development goals and implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development needs to go hand in hand with the struggle to improve the performance of public administration, because one should be the objective of the other. And my thinking on this now is that we need a formula that combines optimization and transformation. I think the environment that we are working in, we need to look at some of the things that we had started abandoning and reflect on whether we should revisit them as we optimize public administration for sustainable development. One of them is the welfare state. I know there are some circles where you talk of a welfare state, you have started going the bad route. But I still say, when you look at the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, I do not see how they can be achieved without some form of welfare, especially when the documents of the Sustainable Development Goals specifically say these goals must be achieved leaving no one behind. How do you ensure that you leave no one behind when you don't have welfare measures that are going to look after those that cannot look after themselves? You are talking of children, you are talking of elderly, you are talking of displaced persons, you are talking of disabled people, you are talking of all hosts of people who do not have the capacity to look after themselves. And so, you have got to put in place some welfare measures to look after them, if we have to respect the principle of leaving no one behind. Therefore, I think whether we want it or not, if we pursue the Sustainable Development Goals, we must revisit the way we look at welfare. Second, state capitalism, and that means investment by government. These goals are not going to be achieved by only investment from the private sector. There are areas where private sector will fear to invest, where the only one that has the capability to invest is government. And if you neglect those by saying you want to totally cut capital expenditure of government, then you will certainly miss some of the Sustainable Development Goals. So that's another area we might need to visit. The other thing we will have to observe, and these are realities that are emerging in the environment, is the participatory society. There was a time where you would say this is government and this is private sector. These days, government has got to be careful. The people are on its head. They want to participate in decision making. They want to ensure that government is transparent and accountable to them and responsive to their needs. They want to be part and parcel of the action of development. And that's a participatory society that is emerging everywhere. So government cannot work the way it used to work. Things have changed, so to speak. That's what I would call the new environment within the context of the Sustainable Development Goals. So I think what is needed in transforming public administration in developing countries is composed of roughly 4 things. 1, we need to look at ideology. What is the ideology that is driving the world today? Ideology is another word which when you mention, some people get a little bit nervous. But me, I mention it because I know everything we do in this world is driven by what we believe. And that's what I call ideology. What ideology is driving public administration now? Is it an ideology of equality? When you read the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals, even if you don't want to mention the word ideology, there is an ideology of equality in that goal, in the entire program. We need to look at the fact that sustainable development is essentially after the future. Now, most of the transformations in the public service, in public administration, have been dealing with the problems of the moment. When you deal with the problems of the moment, you miss the challenges of the future and you fall into them. So you are perpetually dealing with problems. So what we need now is a public administration that looks forward, that can project the challenges that we will face in the future and find the solutions of those challenges today. And I think the way public administrations have been being reformed, they don't, in my view, they don't satisfy that condition. That you have got an expert public administration that has got the capability to look 50 years from now and prepare to make sure that there is no crisis. But the world has been full of crises all the time. The other thing, we need to look at a public administration that is based on results, yes, but most importantly on values. Again, when you read the 2030 Agenda, you will find that it is a value-loaded statement from the global leaders. Now, results normally are associated with projects. Values are associated with long-term development. The values of inclusiveness, the values of equality. These you cannot be pegged with projects. When you have a project, of course you have to do it and achieve results. But when you have got a development program that stretches for 15 years, you've got to channel that into values, because it is these values that will create the kind of society that we want, not only the results. And what we have observed through our program of public administration over time, when we look at the moment where the world is now, this is what should be considered when public administration is being transformed. If it is not collaborative and inclusive and integrated, it needs to be made to be that. It has been so much on the transactional side. Yes, there is a side of transaction that will remain, but there has to be a transformational leadership across the entire public service. It has to be citizen-centered and people involving. I've already told about the emergence of a participatory society. Yes, it has to be results-focused, but more so, it has to pay attention to the values of society. It has to be ethical, professional, accountable, but most importantly, with an ethos for service. This is what has been being missed in the optimization process. When people are being assessed to decide who should be retrenched and who shouldn't, the whole ability, the internal drive to serve the public isn't the thing that people look at. They look at their qualifications, and if you qualify, you stay. If you don't, you go. But the most qualified sometimes do not have an internal drive. They don't have the ethos of being public servants. How we determine that, we can leave it to the expert to look for it. But it's important that when you want to improve serving the public, you get the people who have got the ethos to serve the public, even when they are not well paid. It has to be empowering public servants, especially through capable human resource managers. I have heard that. I really strongly believe that human resource management in the public service is a very critical function. In most developing countries, it isn't well looked after. It has to be adaptive to new technologies, especially information and communication technologies and big data. It has to be innovative and creative. Now, this is a problem with bureaucracies, because public services are bureaucracies. Public administration is essentially a bureaucracy. And bureaucracies are not good at being creative, at being innovative. They are good at keeping status quo, at respecting the rules the way they are, the procedures the way they are, and producing what you are told to produce. They are not creative, they are not innovative. What is required now, and that's not included in optimization, it should be included in transformation to make sure that public servants have got the capacity to innovate and create. And that might include also changing their structure and changing the institutional setup, because a bureaucracy sort of gives you a framework in which you work, and as long as you stay in that framework, you are a very good bureaucrat, you are a very good public servant, like I have been. But that's not good for the future. It has to be a learning public service, always learning, always changing, and probably in many countries which are more or less unified, this might not be important, but many countries now are becoming diverse in social structure, and therefore the public service representing the country that is diverse needs to be diversified with a global outlook. I want to conclude by putting up this picture, because I was attempting to say, if that's what the public service should be, then what competences should it have? And I think institutions like ReSPA and other management development institutes would be interested in discussing this question. If we agree that that's the kind of public service that must be in place in order to achieve sustainable development, then what kind of competences should they have? I think I will stop here with this. Most of this is on our website, on the UMPAN website. You can consult them. And I hope you can continue discussing this issue of transformation versus optimization in the context of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kauzia, for this very inspiring presentation, and I would try not to open floor for the questions since we are already a little bit in delay. I will just make a comment that UNDESA is one of the most credible public awards system, and our colleagues from New York would be also delighted to share with you the information of the upcoming event that is to happen next year in March, if I recall correctly. This year it will be in Hague in the Netherlands, and probably we will be having more of the time to speak with John either with email or tonight during the social dinner. So we will be more than glad to learn more about the UNDESA award, but also about EPSA award later on. And Wolfgang kindly reminded me that he wanted to give a few sentences regarding the OECD publication before I actually give the floor to the last speaker.
Yes, thank you, Goran. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, for obvious reasons, we were not able to discuss the first presentation with Mr. Alter. To be able to do so, that would require another degree of technological development and innovation so that we would be able to discuss with the video image. But I wanted also to point out that the study to which Mr. Alter referred, or the author of the study to which Mr. Alter referred, is sitting here in the room and will be on the first panel tomorrow. It's Mr. Christoph Demke, also a former colleague of mine from IPA. So if you have anything on this first presentation on the OSZE study, please keep your questions tomorrow for the first panel for Christoph. Thank you, Goran.
Thank you, Wolfgang. And before we announce the last speaker, I would like to thank two others. And the last presentation would not require us here in the audience, so I would kindly ask colleagues to take the seats in the audience. So I'll just shortly wrap up. We have had really good and inspiring presentations covering worldwide scope. We also touched upon not only Europe and OECD and worldwide United Nations experience, we also went a little bit to Central Asia and Caucasus. We also have representatives of Kazakhstan here with us from Central Regional Hub. We're happy to have them with us. Today, after the last presentation, we will departure at 4:15, but it is definitely not going to happen at 4:15. At about 4:45, the buses will departure from here to ReSPA. The ones that will be staying at other hotels will be picked up at 7 o'clock in front of Hilton. There will be one bus. Two buses will be in front of Delta shopping mall in the city center of Podgorica, and the one will depart at the same time, 7 o'clock from ReSPA to the place where we will have a social dinner. Please be aware that it is going to be in a very nice winery place, and the warm clothes are being necessary, so bring up your jackets, whatever you have with you that will warm you up. So once again, when we finish this, we will have the buses departing from here to ReSPA. The others will departure at 7 o'clock in front of Delta City Shopping Mall here and from ReSPA, and warm clothes are desirable. The last speaker, who is pretty much waiting to start his presentation, is Mr. Dimis Michailidis. He is consultant, author, keynote speaker, and magician who combines his unique talents and business experience to inspire people around the world. This would be all from my side. Now the floor is his.
Hello. Thank you, Goran. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm glad to follow from the presentation of Dr. John Kazue. I'm using some of the same words, optimization and transformation in organizations. My topic is basically the challenge of innovation. I think it does cover both fields. Now, what is innovation? We have hundreds of definitions. One, a good general definition. Innovation is something new and useful. It's very general, but in this definition, we have the idea of value. So when we say R&D, research and development, is it innovation? Yes, it is. Can we find innovation in entrepreneurship? Of course we can, in startups. That can be quite different from the innovation that comes through research and development. It's new ways of working. A lot of innovation in the public sector is about new ways of working rather than new products. It's new technology. It's new business models. It's also continuous improvement of what we already have. So if you like, in this general definition, innovation is new things that add value. And it's important. We're not doing novelty for novelty's sake. Now, why is innovation so important these days? If I ask you the question, you will give me lots of intelligent answers. And there are many reasons why innovation is important these days. I think 20 years ago, we would not be having innovation as a theme in a public administration conference. In fact, even in the private sector, very few organizations and people had conferences on innovation. So the why question, I believe, has many answers, but there is one very compelling answer, I think, which is one very compelling reason, the most important reason of them all. And I think that is it's the accelerating pace of change. The accelerating pace of change. We do not know of any period in history in which change has been as fast as the one we are experiencing now. And for those of you, for those of us who are older here, I am sure even we look back and say things were slower 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. So I propose to look at the accelerating pace of change through a little bit of art. And let me ask you a question. What type of art is this? Just call out. Egyptian, right? For how long was this style of art dominant in Egypt, in ancient Egypt? How long? 5 centuries. Approximately 20 centuries, actually. About 2,000 years, maybe more. For about 2,000 years, with a few exceptions, the Egyptians painted like this. Another period in history, I'll come to Europe now. Do you recognize this style? Huh? The style of art. What is the style? It's Hellenic, it's Roman. Maybe some changes between the one and the other, not big ones. How many years was this the dominant style of art in Europe? Approximately. Less than 1,000 years. Maybe 1,000 years if you take a very long period, right? Let's move on a little bit to the Renaissance. The Renaissance took the same themes, the same styles, rather, from the Greeks and the Romans, but they used different materials, they used different subjects, etc. How long was Renaissance art the dominant form of art in Europe? How long? And, okay, I think if you extend a bit and go into neoclassical, it's about maybe 300 years, about. Okay? And if we move on 19th century, here we get the beautiful Impressionists. Most of them started off in France, not all of them. For how long was Impressionism a great, big, leading art movement? It's about 50 years. Not more than that, maybe 60. Now look at the 20th century. Nobody had ever painted like this before, ever. And this is Picasso in the 1930s. Nearly the same time, we have another artist from Spain. Do you see how different they are? I'm not an art historian. I will not give a lecture on the history of art. But I want you to note, please, how different each piece is from the other. Look at this one, Mondrian. I don't know if we have anyone from the Netherlands here. He was a very tidy person, Mondrian. He would not like to be my friend, probably. But a great artist nonetheless. So see how different he is from Picasso and Miro, and another one from France, Matisse, a 20th century artist. Here's another one, Dwayne Hanson. He's, I believe, from the US. I think this is in a museum in Munich as well. It's more realistic than the Greek and the Roman art, isn't it? And then there's another one, Surrounded Islands. And I haven't shown you anything of the 21st century yet. Here's a style of art that came from the 60s. It was called op art, optical art. And most of it was done in black and white. And in fact, I would like to show you a piece of optical art in black and white. In this case, it's done with a black slate and white dots. Now, the slate has 1 dot on one side, 4 dots on the other side. That is 3 dots on one side and 6 dots on the other side. Aha. Hold your applause. Okay, there's a trick here. And some of you realized what is happening? Yeah? Okay, here it is. There are 2 dots. If I cover one of them, there is 1. If I cover the space and I say there are 3, you believe me, perhaps. And on the other side, it's similar. There are actually 5 dots. If I cover 1 dot, there are 4. If I cover the space and I say there are 6, your mind will think that there are 6. However, what if I told you that one side really does have 3 dots, and the other side really does have 6 dots? So 6 on one side, 3 on the other side. Is this optical art? Is this illusion? Is it confusion? Or could it be that the pace of change is faster than your own perceptions? Thank you. And this is what made the great management writer Peter Drucker. He said, my ancestors, he said, were printers in Amsterdam for 250 years, 1510 to 1750. And during that entire time, they didn't have to learn anything new. Do you have a friend who is a printer? Ask them, are you working the same way today as you were 10 years ago? What do you think they will answer? They're going to go like this. And they don't know if they'll be working 10 years from now. And the same Drucker is saying, if you're doing business the same way today as you were doing business tomorrow, the chances are you won't be doing business tomorrow. Right? So I think there is a very compelling case for innovation because of the change that is simply happening whether we like it or not. Now, here's a dangerous lie. Innovation happens in the private sector. It's got nothing to do with government. I think this is wrong, and it is wrong. It's not just me thinking. Who put man on the moon? It was not the private sector, right? Now, does anybody deny that this is a great innovation? It's a great new thing of value for people. How about the web? The web came from, as you know, from CERN, which is a collaboration of governments. Some of the world's best health systems are run by the states, sometimes by states. So there is definitely some role for the state. If we think of Silicon Valley now, the big innovation cauldron, 5 out of 6 key technologies in the iPad or the iPhone were developed either by governments or with public support. That includes GPS and the internet, but there are others too. Then we know that the state-of-the-art of wind and solar power today would not have been possible without the support of strong state support. Okay, so let's do away with that. The public sector has no role in this. I believe we can divide the responsibility of the public sector in 2. The first one is there is public policy. If we are redistributing money, if we're giving subsidies, if we're giving grants, if we're giving whatever, they have to be well administered, well regulated to produce the results they are intended. Support to R&D, probably social innovation, but also entrepreneurship to get maybe younger people or people who are starting up businesses to help get them fired up. And above all, to create the ecosystems, to create the conditions where innovation can really flourish. The second and crucial role for governments is simply governments are in the service of people and they have to innovate in what they're doing. If it's health, it's health. If it's education, it's education. If it, I don't know, defense, citizen service and all that, it's an expectation from citizens that their governments should be innovating innovating. So how do we promote creativity and innovation? Because they are very related in organizations. How do you do it? We've established a case for it. We can do it at a personal level, we can do it at a team level, we can do it at a level of society, but here I will talk about the organization, whether it's a public organization or a private organization. And this is a model I published a few years back. It's called The Art of Innovation. So simply draw a triangle, a square, and a pentagon. And in this schematic representation, the triangle represents the sources of creativity, which are the elements required for any purposefully creative act. And it's a triangle. There are three. The first one is talent. Who has talent? Please raise your hand if you have creative talent. 2 people. This is good. Please raise your hand if you have creative talent. 3 people. I will keep asking the question until you all raise your hands. Who has creative talent here? Okay, we're getting more, but no, there are some people resisting. If you see people resisting, look at them and say, you're delaying us, so that they feel guilty. I am dead serious about this. I'm not talking about Picasso and Einstein. I am talking about those creative skills that we all have, and we have excellent research that proves that we all have these skills. They're not the same. We don't have them at the same, we don't use them in the same way, but we have them and we can develop them and get better at them. Now, let me see. Who has creative talent in this room? Remember, look at the people who are not raising their hands so that they will feel bad. One last time, come on, raise your hand, please, if you have creative skills. Okay, remember who is resisting. The second one is energy. And when I say energy, I'm not talking about Einstein's energy. I'm not talking about energy in the Zen-like form of energy. It's simply the personal resources we are devoting to creativity. It's a function of, it's a determination to do something, and it's a function of time as well. I wish we could be creative in 0 time. We can't. And sorry, the third one is method. Yes, there is creative method. It's not one method, but method will will develop the talent and will channel the energy in purposeful direction. So method is something that makes creativity more efficient. So the first thing to do in an organization is to enrich the sources of creativity, help people enhance their creative skills, mobilize their creative drive, and train people to practice creative methodology. The square represents structure. Structure is the organized context in which innovation happens. And it's a square. It has 4 cornerstones. 2 of them are human, individual and team. 2 of them are more processes. They are target and system. So individual, think of a job. Think of your job or anybody's job. It can be a chore. We don't like it, but we have to do it. It can be a career. It's okay, so long as we have something better in future. Or it can be a calling. We do it because we love it. Where are people more creative? At the calling, right? So the leadership takeaway from this is try and get people to do things they like. It's not always 100% possible, but it is a very important leadership function to be able to do that. Then life, innovation is not a solo act. You need a team. All innovation somehow is realized in teams. And there are teams, and then there are teams. There's lions, there's buffalo. They're not all the same. There are bad teams, there are good teams, there are innovative teams. There are differences. Okay, so that's, if you like, the human side the structural human side that we have to look after as leaders. Then there's target. It is not productive to tell people, I want you to be more creative or be more innovative. It's much more productive to ask people to innovate in a specific direction for a specific purpose, which will end up being a target, being an objective, being a challenge to overcome. And to give meaning to innovation, you have to define the innovation your organization is all about. If we think of innovation as a continuum, and on one side we have big breakthrough, okay, big, significant changes. And here I put Finland's education system, which I am reading about it. I don't know it inside out. I'm not an educator myself. Apollo and Man on the Moon, these are big breakthroughs. But then on the other side, there are simpler things. In Cyprus, a year and a half ago, we could pay our taxes, our property taxes, everything electronically. Nobody likes to pay taxes, but many people like to pay them electronically rather than go and stand in line and waste a day to pay taxes. Okay, so there are small things. We have citizen service bureaus now. They exist in many countries now. So these are there are lots of small changes all the time. That is important too. But it's important for leaders to say, this is what our innovation is all about. I put a question here, I don't know where you are. But what I do know is that it is good for you to have a good, long, continuous conversation about what the innovation of your organization is all about. And I have taken 3 days to have the conversation with some companies. It's not necessarily easy, but it's crucially important. So we have a target. The next one is a system. And the system is the mechanism by which new ideas are delivered and managed to deliver the targets. You do need a system for new ideas in an organization. If a poet sits on a rock and looks at the waves and writes beautiful poetry, it's creative, it's great. But we're talking about organizations here. So we need some kind, it is very useful to have some kind of system to work on these ideas, and there are many systems. Here are some of them here. One of them is a staff suggestion scheme. Everybody throws in ideas, we evaluate them, and we implement some. We give people time for ideas. We give teams time for new ideas. We create teams to solve problems creatively. We do retreats. We go away and we think about our future, a new future. We have space for innovation. We crowdsource innovation, maybe even calling for ideas from outside. We can have an innovation jam, a big brainstorm. We spend 2-3 days. I did this with a couple of companies, where you have 200 people, large numbers, bringing out new things. Which is the best system among all this? I will tell you which is the best. In fact, you will discover which is the best in the following way. Please imagine that you are pointing to one square, any one square. Are you imagining that? Please nod your head if you are. Yeah? So you're pointing at one square. Now, please go vertically up or down to any white square. White square, not yellow, white. Just up or down. So are you at a new square now? Please nod if yes. Good. Now, I would like you to move horizontally, okay, left or right, to any yellow square. Any yellow square. Have you done that? And now I want you to move diagonally, this way or this way, diagonally to any white square. Stop at any white square. Are you there? And now last time, you move vertically, up or down, to any yellow square. Have you done this? Please call out, when I say 1, 2, 3, call out what you're reading. 1, 2, 3. Design your own system. That's the best innovation system. And it really is, because I cannot come and tell you, do this, do this, do this, do this. There are lots of things around. Decide which one is good enough for you. Now, let's do a little revision of the work on Square in a moment. The learning is match jobs to individual preferences, train people in teamwork, innovative teamwork, define your innovation strategy and targets, and work out which systems will deliver this. Now, do you ladies speak English? Yes, okay. Please organization innovative. Whether that organization is private or public or an NGO, it doesn't really make that much of a difference. I was lucky to have been preceded by Mr. Kazur, Dr. Kazur, who used the words optimization or transformation. Optimization, I understand there is a very good definition in the study at the beginning, which has 6 elements. Here's a simple one. We're making the best use of our resources. Transformation is basically we're significantly changing our organization. I submit that there is innovation in both of these. And it's like, are we doing continuous improvement or are we doing big radical breakthroughs? And you should have the debate. I'm not saying this is better or this is better. You know what's better. What I do know is 0 is not good. If you have no debate on innovation, no conversation, you will have 0 innovation. And one of the greatest obstacles to innovation, which always involves change, is resistance to change. And there will be some examples from tomorrow's presenters as well on what kind of resistance to change. If we think of optimization as incremental change and transformation of deep change, you will probably have more discomfort if you're trying to go there. It doesn't mean you mustn't do it. But even here, even incremental change, as we are hearing, it also brings discomfort. The process is not easy, especially for people who are not used to it. I've been in companies who reorganize 2 or 3 times within 6 or 7 years. The first time it's hard and everybody cries. The second time is easier and the third time is much easier, believe me. So have your conversation on optimization and transformation, and it should be centered around innovation. In our lives, and I'd like to conclude with this, in our lives, there's theory and practice, right? There's thinking and there's action. Do you agree with me? Yeah? Both are important, they're different. Thinking is cerebral. It happens in the mind. It's all about, thinking is about analysis. Analysis is when we break up a problem into smaller constituent parts so that we understand it better. And thinking is also about, it can be synthesis, where we take things from different domains and make something new. But remember, all this is happening in our minds. It is cerebral. Action is different. Action is cut the BS. No more talking. Action is go out and convince the boss. Mobilize people to get things done. Now, The idea here is for me to get the eggs in the glasses with one hit. I think I can do it. But thinking is not enough, right? No action, no results. So I have to do it. So I will do it. Who? This one's not behaving. Let's see. So, shall I do it? Yes? But what if I succeed? Will you applaud? Will you applaud and say what a great action man this is? Show me, please. Show me. Wow. I guess I have to do it now. Oops. Oops. That's bad balance. But what happens when we fail? We try again. Now, so, but what happens if I fail? The sadists among you will go home. There will be omelette here. There will be eggs. There will be water. I will be humiliated. And what will you say? Will you go home and say, we learned lots of nice things about innovation? No. You will say there was this guy and he screwed everything up on stage, yeah? No. What did we say about innovation? The seeds of success are to be found in failure. So what do you do if I fail? Come on. Yes, yeah, roar. But, come on. I want to hear it. I want to close with my favorite quote on innovation from Professor Sutton. He says, in an organization, you must reward success, celebrate failure, punish inaction. Reward success, celebrate failure, punish inaction. Yes! Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.